I have 30 extra seconds, Mr. 30 extra seconds.
Without objection.
Thank the gentleman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Article 1 of the Constitution prescribes Congress as the first branch of government. And just as importantly, let me quote Speaker Rayburn, who was asked, "How many presidents did you serve under?" And Speaker Rayburn answered, "None. I served with 7 presidents of the United States." Impeachment is reserved for moments of grave danger when the constitutional order becomes dangerously out of balance, moments like this one, and that's why I will vote to impeach.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield a minute 45 to the gentleman from Georgia.
This whole flipping goat rodeo is a sham and a shame, and it will not be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Heck, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, this week Americans are busy finishing up their Christmas shopping, mostly for their children, or if they're lucky enough to have them, their grandchildren. And high school and college students are taking final exams and sweating out the results. And that got me to thinking about those who follow and what our obligation is to them. And that got me thinking about those who came before and how they might have seen their obligation to us. People like my grandfather, whom our family believes literally was born on the boat on the way over here from Germany. Or my father, who fought in World War II against the very people that his grandfather had left. We're all here today, all of us, because someone before us sacrificed so that they could journey here and build a new life in this unique land. And we are here today because those immigrants and their children were dedicated not just to the land of America, but to the idea. Freedom and opportunity secured by self-government, choosing our own leaders in free and fair elections, and the rule of law under the Constitution.
Gentleman's time's expired.
2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, happy to yield another 30 seconds to the gentleman from Washington.
Gentleman's recognized.
This idea of America is in peril, brought about so by this president who sought to cheat in an election. A president who puts himself above the law and attacks the bedrock constitutional precept of checks and balances. The question is, can America survive this behavior? What idea will we hand down to those who follow us? And finally, what is our obligation to those who would follow? It is simply this: to do our duty, to defend the Constitution and the values underpinning it by voting yes on the articles of impeachment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia.
I reserve, Madam Chair.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California. Sure.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to yield to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Demings, for 2 minutes.
Gentlelady's recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, we live in the greatest democracy in the world, and I am convinced that the overwhelming majority of Americans are good, decent people who work hard and play by the rules. But then we have people who have no respect for the law, people who have little regard for the rules, people who spend a lot of their time, officers call them habitual offenders. And the more they get away with, the more likely they are to engage in misconduct. Some say it takes courage to hold powerful people accountable, but I see it differently. I see it as a sense of duty, a regular part of my job as a member of Congress. However, habitual offenders usually don't sneak up on you. They usually telegraph their intentions time and time again. On July 27th of 2016 in my home state of Florida, then candidate Trump said, "Russia, if you're listening, I hope you will be able to find the 30,000 emails, thereby inviting foreign interference into U.S. elections." But then the day after, the special counsel testified before Congress, the president, feeling undeterred and emboldened, said, call President Zelensky and pressured him to help him rig the elections, and chose to hold much-needed military aid over our allies' head until the president's demands were met. Now, I served 12 years on the hostage negotiations team, and I know that pressure and demands come in many forms. And in this scheme, we had both. I've enforced the laws, and now I write the laws. But the laws mean nothing if the accused can destroy evidence, stop witnesses from testifying, and blatantly refuse to cooperate. I ask you to name somebody in your community or your family who can do that. I know the president said that he can get away with anything he wants to. I come today to tell you that no, he cannot, because no one is above the law, and he shall be held accountable.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this moment, I yield for a unanimous consent request. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Gentleman's
Mr. Crawford.
recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter my remarks into the record in opposition to this sham impeachment.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney.
Gentlelady is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins. And Madam Speaker, I rise today bears a sacred duty passed down to us through generations and affirmed in our oath of office to preserve and protect our Constitution. Madam Speaker, our nation's framers recognized 65, Alexander Hamilton wrote, quote, there will always be the greatest danger that the impeachment decision will be regulated more by the comparative strength of parties than by real demonstrations of innocence or guilt. Here, Madam Speaker, our Democratic colleagues have been working to remove this president since the day he was elected, searching for an offense on which they could impeach. Failing to find one, Madam Speaker, they have decided to assume one, despite the fact that they have presented no direct evidence of any impeachable offense. One more time, Madam. They have presented no direct evidence of any impeachable. Intelligence Committee, Mr. Schiff, why he failed to appear to answer questions about his report. Before members vote for impeachment, they might want to know why the author of the impeachment report will not defend it under questioning. If the House impeaches here, Madam Speaker, it will create exactly the type of risk the framers cautioned us to avoid. It will mean that divided government can imperil a democratically elected president based on unproven allegations and innuendo in the absence of direct testimony. Despite all the rhetoric you've heard today, Madam Speaker, passage of these articles of impeachment may permanently damage our republic. From this day forward, or to protect and defend that Constitution and vote against these partisan, reckless, and dangerous articles of impeachment. I yield back.
1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today we proclaim that no person is above the law, not even the President of the United States. Donald J. Trump abused the power of his office and violated his oath of office by extorting a new and inexperienced president of a vulnerable foreign ally to dig up dirt on Mr. Trump's domestic political opponents. He then obstructed the Congress, this equal branch of our government, from undertaking our duty, outlined in the Constitution itself, to investigate and check these violations. Today, we do nothing more and nothing less than fulfill our duty to our country and to our Constitution. Mr. Trump has allowed foreign powers to interfere in our domestic affairs. He has endangered our national security and our democracy itself. For those reasons, we must impeach this president. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker.
Watch carefully.
Madam Speaker, I oppose these resolutions. I ask for my comments to be admitted into the record.
That objection so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent for the gentleman from Mississippi.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I oppose the articles of impeachment and like my comments be entered into the record.
That objection so ordered.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California. Yeah.
Madam Speaker, reserve the balance of my time.
Who seeks recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask of the gentleman, is he ready to close?
No, we have a few more speakers.
Then I reserve.
The Bronx part of my district, you are not above the law. If you live in Washington Heights, the immigrant neighborhood in my district, you are not above the law. So I submit to you that if you live on 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, you are not above the law, and you will be held accountable. President Donald Trump asked Ukrainian president to do us a favor and look into the Biden. That's abuse of power. President Trump used the official White House meeting to extort a Ukrainian president. That's abuse of power. President Trump ordered White House staff to withhold $400 million in aid to the Ukraine. That's abuse of power. President Trump and his staff defied multiple subpoenas from Congress. That's obstruction of Congress. He blocked witnesses from testifying before this body. That's obstruction of Congress. Nadie está por encima de la ley. No one is above the law. I cast my vote for this impeachment, in articles of impeachment, and I ask my colleagues to do the same.
Georgia.
Madam Speaker, I yield for unanimous consent request from the gentleman from Virginia.
Gentleman's recognized.
Unanimous consent to enter my statement into the record.
recording that I am opposed to this articles of impeachment on the basis that they do not measure to Article 2, Section 4.
I reserve.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Brownlee, for 1 minute.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, as the chair of the Women's Veterans Task Force, I see every single day the immense sacrifice our women veterans and all of our nation's veterans have made in service to our country, in service to our Commander-in-Chief, our Constitution, to protect our democracy, and for every single man, woman, and child in our country. When the President of the United States used $400 million meant to protect our national security in order to cheat in our elections, he not only abused his power, he turned his back on the sacrifices of our veterans and their families have made for all that we hold so dear. That abuse of power is reprehensible, and it is exactly what impeachment was designed to prevent. We have a solemn duty to protect our Constitution, to protect our democracy, and to honor all those who have laid their lives on the line for these United States of America. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I yield for a unanimous consent request to the gentlelady from Indiana.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record my opposition to these articles of impeachment.
Without objection.
I reserve.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Davis, for 30 seconds.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, make no mistake. We are not impeaching this president. He is impeaching himself. If you are the president and you obstruct justice, try to bribe a foreign leader, and threaten national security, you're going to get impeached. End of story.
Theo's back. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I recognize the gentleman from North Carolina for a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record my opposition to these articles of impeachment.
Without objection.
I reserve.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Holland, for 1 minute.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I stand before you as a representative of New Mexico, a place where we believe in dignity and respect for all. In Congress, I've been fighting for them. We've been working to make health care more affordable, education accessible, and move our country forward for the people. But today, this president has forced us into a serious debate. We're talking about a president who used the power of the presidency for his own political gain, risking our national security and putting the integrity of the next election at risk. It's a sad day when a president shows complete disrespect for Congress as a co-equal branch of government and for the American people who elected us. We collected the evidence and the facts are indisputable. We all took an oath to protect and defend our Constitution. We have the solemn responsibility to hold this president accountable because it's our job. I urge my colleagues to live up to our responsibility and show our fellow Americans that no one, not even the president, is above the law, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this moment, I yield to the gentleman from Oklahoma for a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record my opposition to these articles of impeachment.
Without objection.
And I reserve.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, for a unanimous consent request.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record my statement in support of the articles of impeachment against President Donald J. Trump.
Without objection, so ordered.
I reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman reserves.
Thank you, Madam
Gentleman
Speaker.
from
At this
Georgia.
time, I give 5 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, the minority whip, Mr. Scalise.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Impeaching a president of the United States. This isn't about some solemn duty tonight. Let's talk about what this is really about. This has been about a political vendetta. A political vendetta that didn't just start with the Zelensky call. It started long before that. Just listen to some of the quotes from Democrats in this chamber. Speaker Pelosi, quote, "It's been going on for 22 months, 2.5 years actually. We cannot accept a second term for Donald Trump. What's more serious is that he can't win. This isn't about some crime that was committed. It's about fear that he might win re-election. That's not why you impeach a president." Al Green, quote, "I'm concerned that if we don't impeach this president, he will get re-elected." The list goes on, Madam Speaker. In fact, there's some quotes that I can't even read on this House floor that some of our colleagues made. And keep in mind, more than 100 Democrats on this House floor voted to impeach this president before the Zelensky phone call. Just look at some of these articles of impeachment that they voted for. 2 years ago, 58 Democrats voted to impeach the president over comments he made about NFL players kneeling for the Pledge of Allegiance. Impeaching the president, over 50 Democrats voted to impeach him for that. Just this summer, over 90 Democrats voted to impeach the president for comments he made about the squad. So he makes comments about some other members of Congress who make a lot of comments about him, and 95 members vote to impeach the President of the United States. This is a political vendetta. It has nothing to do with the crime committed. There was no crime. And why don't we listen to some of the witnesses? Obviously, we weren't able to call all the witnesses we wanted, but there were witnesses. In fact, Gordon Sondland, U.S. Ambassador to the European Union, he's mentioned over 600 times in the SCHIFT report. He was their star witness. And what did he say when asked? Quote, "Did President Trump ever tell you personally about any preconditions for anything?" His answer, no. Any preconditions for the aid to be released? No. Any preconditions for a White House meeting? Under oath he testified, no. Abuse of power. Let's talk about that article of impeachment, Madam Speaker. George Washington law professor Turley, who admitted under oath that he voted against Donald Trump, spoke to this claim of abuse of power. In fact, he said, quote, "If you make a high crime and misdemeanor out of going to the courts, it is an abuse of power. It's your abuse of power. You are doing precisely what you are criticizing the president of doing. Abuse of power." There's a House rule, Madam Speaker, that requires, not allows, but requires that the minority get a day of hearing, which we asked for multiple times. They broke this rule. They didn't allow us to have a minority day of hearing. They didn't want to hear the facts about this case because it was never about the facts, because there was no crime. It is about a personal political vendetta. Now let's talk about obstruction of Congress, as they make up these terms to impeach a president because they didn't find a crime and they were looking. It's been an impeachment in search of a crime. But they talk about obstruction of Congress and saying the president defied subpoenas, subpoena after subpoena. Let's go through the departments. The Department of State they subpoenaed. Do you know that literally just 4 days after the subpoena, the Secretary of State himself responded to your subpoena? The Department of Defense, a week later, responded to the subpoena. The Department of Energy responded to the subpoena. We can go on and on with all of these agencies. That's an abuse of power. That's an obstruction of Congress, responding to your subpoena. That's what they did. They responded. You might not have liked the answer, but that's not the way this works. You don't impeach a president because you don't like his foreign policy, as so many of those foreign policy experts came and testified. But this isn't just about Donald Trump. They don't just hate Donald Trump, Madam Speaker. They hate the 63 million Americans who voted for this president, the forgotten men and women of this country who have been left behind, Madam Speaker.
House will be in order. Gentlemen may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's those forgotten men and women of this country that Washington had left behind. And what's this president doing for them? He's delivering for them. 600 jobs in Pennsylvania, 1,000 jobs workers in Mingo Junction, Ohio. $750 million investment for 600 new jobs across this country. Detroit News, Chrysler, 6,500 new jobs. That's what this president is doing to deliver for those men and women of this country who had been left behind. It's about time somebody stands up for him, and President Trump is. So it is a political vendetta. But if they're going to go through with this, Madam Speaker, impeachment will not just be a stain on this Democrat majority. Impeachment will be their legacy. I yield back.
Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I recognize Ms. Custer from New Hampshire for unanimous consent request.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I request the unanimous consent for enter in my statement into the record regarding the 75th anniversary of the Battle of the Bulge in favor of articles of impeachment. Thank you.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, it is now my pleasure to recognize the gentleman from Maryland, the Majority Leader of the House of Representatives, Mr. Hoyer, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
My colleagues,
The gentleman will suspend. The House will come to order. Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have had the honor of serving in this House for over 38 years. I've served during 6 presidencies. I've been here through moments of tremendous progress and terrible tragedy. I've seen periods of rank partisanship and patriotic bipartisanship. I've seen our two-party system work, and I've seen it break down. Never, in all my years of serving in this great institution that I love, and the people of my district, did I ever expect to encounter such an obvious wrongdoing by a President of the United States. Nor did I expect to witness such a craven rationalization of presidential actions, which have put our national security at risk, undermined the integrity of our elections, and defied the constitutional authority of the Congress to conduct oversight. We've heard from Republicans that this impeachment really has to do with policy differences or how we feel personally about the president, about his temperament, or that we simply dislike him. Throughout the Trump presidency, Democrats have resisted pursuing impeachment, even as we watched with dismay and disgust at a pattern of wrongdoing. That pattern included ordering federal agencies to lie to the public, firing the FBI director for refusing to end investigations of his campaign, siding with Vladimir Putin against our intelligence agencies, taking funding away from the military to put towards an ineffective border wall, and setting policies that have led to the separation of families and caging of children. We have to be sure deep disagreements with the policies and actions taken by this president. There's been a lot of talk about the 63 million people who voted for Mr. Trump. Little talk about the 65 million people who voted for Hillary Clinton. The policy difference or those votes, this president was elected legitimately.
The House will stay in order. The gentleman deserves to be heard. Gentleman's recognized.
Because we have an electoral college. But none of these are reasons to pursue what Chairman Schiff has called a wrenching process for the nation. In fact, Democrats rejected that process emphatically in 3 specific votes. In December of 2017, Democrats overwhelmingly voted against pursuing articles of impeachment, including the Speaker and myself. We did so again in 2018, with over 60% of the Democrats rejecting pursuing articles of impeachment. And again, just months ago, in July of 2019, 60% of the Democrats said no to pursuing articles of impeachment. Just days before the infamous July 25th telephone call. We did the same with 60% of Democrats voting not to proceed. Credible witnesses, many of whom were appointed to office by President Trump, have corroborated the details and timeline of his abuse of presidential power, which forms the basis of the first article of impeachment in this resolution. Instead, I will not recount all of the witnesses or abuses that have occurred. I congratulate my colleagues and Mr. Nadler and his committee and Mr. Schiff and his committee for setting forth a compelling case. They've been laid out fully in the articles before us and by colleagues in their remarks. What I will do is remind Americans that the House provided President Trump every opportunity to prove his innocence, but the witnesses were precluded from coming forth. The witnesses who have personal knowledge did not come, either at the president's request, in which he refused to show up because he thought it was a sham, as so many of you have said, or to the committees. Instead, he ignored congressional subpoenas for documents and for testimony by White House officials and ordered his subordinates not to cooperate. Perhaps they could have exonerated him. This itself, I suggest to you, is unprecedented. When President Nixon and Clinton were asked to hand over documents and allow officials to testify, ultimately both complied because it is the law. Such actions of the president can be taken as further evidence of his obstruction and abuse of power. It is, in and of itself, impeachable conduct, the subject of the second article of impeachment. These 2 articles before us concern 2 very profound constitutional issues about the abuse of power in our republic. First, whether it is acceptable for the President of the United States, any president, to solicit foreign interference in our elections. There is a difference as to whether he's done that, and the place to try that is in the United States Senate. But we believe strongly there is probable cause to conclude that. To undermine our national security, the integrity of our elections, and the integrity of our democracy. And secondly, whether it is permissible for the President to obstruct Congress and act as if he is above the law and immune from constitutional oversight. On December 4th, the Judiciary Committee heard the testimony of constitutional law experts who weighed in on these points. Some 1,500 historians have said the same thing. As Professor Noah Feldman said, if we cannot impeach a president who abuses his office for personal advantage, we no longer live in a democracy. We live in a monarchy, or we live under a dictatorship. The votes we are about to take concern the rule of law and our democracy itself. Let us not forget the words of John Locke, so influential to the founders of our republic. John Locke, millennia ago, said this: wherever law ends, tyranny begins. This impeachment asks whether we are still a republic of laws, as our founders intended, or whether we will accept that one person can be above the law. In America, as we have said over and over again, no one is above the law, but only as long as we hold every person accountable for breaking the law, even a president, will that be true. If the House does not act, if we wait and delay, we run the risk of allowing the president's misconduct, if we believe it to be so, to be repeated at the expense of the integrity of our elections, our national security, and our constitutional system of separation of powers. Democrats did not choose this impeachment. We did not wish for it. We voted against it. We voted against it once. We voted against it twice. We voted against it 3 times as recently as July. We did not want this. However, President Trump's misconduct has forced our constitutional republic to protect itself. These votes that we are about to take and the process that will follow in the Senate are not only an assessment of the President's commitment to the Constitution or to his oath of office, it is, as well, a test of our own. Damning evidence of the President's high crimes has emerged. Nevertheless, Republican members of this House and of the Senate have continued to defend a president whose actions seem to many of us to be indefensible. All of us feel a sense of loyalty to party. It's what makes our two-party system function. It's what helps hold presidents and majorities accountable. But party loyalty must have its limits. And as evidence of the president's impeachable offenses have mounted daily as the witnesses testified, it has become increasingly clear that the limits of partisanship have been reached and passed. Now Democrats and Republicans together face a test before our constituents, our countrymen, and our Creator. The New York Times on October 18th summarized the question now posed to House and Senate, Republicans and Democrats. Compromise by compromise, Donald Trump has hammered away at what Republicans once saw as foundational virtues: decency, honesty, responsibility, and yes, even civility. Went on to say, will they commit themselves and their party wholly to Mr. Trump, embracing even his most anti-democratic actions? Or will they take the first step towards separating themselves from him and restoring confidence in the rule of law? Madam Speaker, we have seen Republican courage throughout our history, from the Civil War to the Cold War. In 1950, Margaret Chase Smith, the senator from Maine, a Republican, spoke bravely against the cancer of McCarthyism in her party, leading 6 of her Republican colleagues in a declaration of conscience against their own leadership. We are Republicans, they declared, but we are Americans first. In 1974, one congressman took the brave and principled step of becoming the first Republican on the Judiciary Committee to support impeaching President Nixon. He said to his colleagues and to the country, and I quote, "It isn't easy for me to align myself against the president, to whom I gave my enthusiastic support, on whose side I've stood in many legislative battles, whose accomplishments in foreign and domestic affairs I've consistently applauded. But it is impossible," he went on to say, "for me to condone or ignore the long train of abuses to which he has subjected the presidency and the people of this country. The Constitution and my own oath of office," he said, "demand that I bear true faith and allegiance to the principles of law and justice upon which this nation was founded." And he concluded, "And I cannot, in good conscience, turn away from the evidence of evil that is to me so clear and compelling." My colleagues, that congressman's name was Larry Hogan Sr. He represented the 5th District of Maryland, which I now represent. His son is presently the 2nd-term Republican governor of our state. When Larry Hogan Sr. died in 2017, every obituary led with praise for his act of political courage. Who among us, many years from now, will receive such praise as a man or woman of courage? Who will regret not having earned it? We've talked a lot about partisan differences. There is one person who has spoken today who is neither a member of the Republican Party nor the Democratic Party. His name is Justin Amash, who represents a Republican district. He left the Republican Party, and in doing so, he admonished his colleagues that, quote, "This president will only be in power for a short time, but excusing his behavior will forever tarnish your name." He spoke on this floor in support of the 2 articles that we will consider this evening. Neither a Democrat nor a Republican. Representative Amash, of course, is the only member of this House who has no allegiance to either party, but to his country. He is supporting, as I've said, both articles. We need not ask who will be the first to show courage by standing up to President Trump. The question we must now ask is, who will be the last to find it? The pages of our history are filled with Americans who have the courage to choose country over party or personality. But as President Kennedy wrote, the stories of past courage can teach. They can offer hope. They can provide inspiration. But they cannot supply courage itself. For this, President Kennedy said, each man, each woman must look into their own soul. I urge my fellow colleagues in the House and yes, in the Senate, to look into your soul. Summons the courage to vote for our Constitution and our democracy. I understand we will all not see the same conclusion, but to do less betrays our oath and that of our founders, who pledged their lives, their fortune, and their sacred honor. Let us neither turn away from the evidence, which to me seems so clear, nor from our good conscience, which compels us to do what in our hearts we know to be right. Let us not allow the rule of law to end or for tyranny to find its toehold. With our votes today, we can bear true faith and allegiance to the vision of our founders, and we can show future generation what it truly means to be Americans first. Vote yes.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, a few weeks ago, just off of this floor, I said that a dark cloud was descending upon this body. And today, because of the clock and the calendar, it is closing. It is amazing to me what I just heard from the Majority Leader, that Mr. Schiff and Mr. Nadler presented a compelling case for impeachment. If this is a compelling case for impeachment, I'm not sure why we're here right now. It is not anywhere close to compelling. But you know what is interesting is what I have heard today. The Majority Leader just spoke and said that if the President was given every opportunity to come prove his innocence. I tell you what, Madam Speaker, let me have just a few minutes, stop the clock, and let me go around to the press corps and to everybody here, and I'm going to accuse you of something. You did it. You did it. You did it. You did it. Now prove it's wrong. You did it. Guess what? You don't want to, because deep down you know that that's turning the entire jurisprudence of this country upside down. You are guilty. You're not guilty until you're proven. You're innocent. And today from this floor, we have heard the Majority Leader say this president is guilty and not the other way around. He is innocent, and these come nowhere close to proving it. But what is left of this body? Let's have an honest conversation, Madam Speaker. What we have found over the past few weeks is it is okay for the majority to tear down a foreign leader because they can't make their case. They've called him a liar or weak or worse, or as it was called in the committee, even looked like a battered wife. It is below the dignity of this body and this majority to tear down a foreign leader because they can't make their case against this one. We have broken rules in this House, even to this moment. Chairman Schiff and the others have broken House Resolution 660 by not turning over the things that they should be turning over. I still have not got a transcript. We still don't know what we got. And the White House still has not got their stuff. I guess minority hearing rule days don't matter either. You see, there is a problem here because we're going to vote this tonight while breaking the rules. What a shameful incident. But we also found in creative interpretation of minority rights. We saw the rise of partisanship because of the things that have been done even further. And we've even seen members smeared in reports by drive-by political hacks when they matched numbers of the majority or the ranking member and the members of the press. That ought to concern every one of you as much as it concerns every one of us. Nothing but a drive-by hit. But you know something? This majority leader also just said, wherever law ends, tyranny begins. But I will say this, in this House, wherever the rules are disregarded, chaos and mob rule actually begin, and the majority has taken that to a new level. It has been said today, where is bravery? I'll tell you where bravery is found and courage is found. It's found in this minority who has lived through the last year of nothing but rules being broken, people being put down, questions not being answered, and this majority say, be damned with anything else, we're going to impeach and do whatever we want to do. Why? Because we won an election. I guarantee you, one day you'll be back in the minority, and it ain't gonna be that fun. Because when you look at it, when you actually trash the rules of this House, you want to really look at what did you gain at the end by trashing the institution you claim to love. That's the things we found out so far. But you know, they're really careful of saying, oh, you want to deal in process and process. As I said last night in the Rules Committee, where they didn't want to listen, I'll win on process and I will win on facts because we have the truth on our side. Let me remind you that here's what the process actually says. There was no pressure. Look at the call. President Zelensky, President Trump, no pressure. There was no conditionality. There was nothing done to get the aid, and the aid actually came. There were 5 meetings, but when you look at it right now, none of which matter, because right now the dark cloud is descending upon this House, and I am fearful, Madam Speaker. When I look out in that abyss, I don't know what I see, but I tell you what I do see. I see coming off a president who will put his head down even through this sham impeachment, and he will do his job. He will put the American people first. He will tell them that I care about you. He will still put the economy first, and he will make sure this country stands strong. That's what I see in this abyss. That's where we're going. And Madam Speaker, it is with that hope in the future that I recognize right now that I yield 1 minute to the Republican leader of this House, the Republican from California, Mr. McCarthy.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I must warn you, I'm about to say something my Democratic colleagues hate to hear. Donald J. Trump is President of the United States. He is president today, he'll be president tomorrow, and he will be president when this impeachment is over. Madam Speaker, when they accept that, maybe this House can get back to work for the American people. Now tonight I rise not as the leader of the opposition to this impeachment, or as the elected representative from the Central Valley of California. I rise as Kevin McCarthy, citizen, no better, no worse than the 435 representatives that are in this chamber, or the 330 million Americans watching this institution make what I believe to be one of the worst decisions we have ever made. It doesn't matter whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, whether you're liberal or you're conservative, whether you're the first generation or the 10th, at our core, we are all American, all of us. We choose our future. We choose what kind of nation we want to be. Here is our choice tonight. Will we let impeachment become an exercise of raw political power, regardless if it damages our country? Or will we protect the proper grounds and process for impeachment now and in the future? For months, Democrats and many in the media have attempted to normalize the impeachment process that would remove a duly elected president from office. After 3 years of breathless and baseless outrage, this is their last attempt to stop the Trump presidency. Madam Speaker, Speaker Pelosi even recently admitted that Democrats have been working on this impeachment for 2.5 years. Those were her words, they were not mine. Because they lost to him in 2016, they'll do anything or say anything to stop him in 2020. That's not America. That's not how democratic republics behave. Elections matter. Voters matter. And in 11 months, the people's voice will be heard again. Impeachment is the most consequential decision Congress can make other than sending our men and women into war. Yet 85 days ago, Speaker Pelosi chose to impeach the President of the United States. She wrote the script and created an artificial timeline to make the details fit. Why else are we doing this just hours before Christmas? If that's all it was, a rush to judgment, she could be forgiven. But before the Speaker saw one word or one shred of evidence, she moved to impeach. In the past, in this body, such a step demanded a vote from all of us from the start. But not only did she move to impeach before she gave this House and the hundreds of millions of people we represent a say in whether to pursue an impeachment inquiry, she threw out the bipartisan standards this House gave President Nixon and Clinton. That is why I immediately sent Speaker Pelosi a letter asking her to follow the rules of history, of tradition, and follow those standards that have served America well. What did she say? She rejected it. She rejected it because Democrats knew a fair process would crumble their case. A fair process would have exposed to the American public what many already knew. Democrats have wanted to impeach President Trump since the day he was elected. And nothing was going to get in their way, certainly not the truth. Madam Speaker, Chairman Schiff said he had evidence, more than circumstantial, of collusion. That was false. In January, where we all stood in this body, we stood up, we raised our hands, we swore that we'd uphold the Constitution. And a few mere hours after that, Congresswoman Tlaib said she was going to impeach the mother effer. Those are not my words. A year before taking the majority, Chairman Nadler campaigned to the Democrats that he wanted to be chairman of the Judiciary Committee where impeachment is. New York Times writes, Madam Speaker, because he is the strongest member to lead a potential impeachment. And Congressman Raskin, a leading Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, one that the Democrats had represented in the Rules Committee for these articles just yesterday, told a crowd he would impeach President Trump 2 days before he was ever sworn into office. What we've seen is a rigged process that has led to the most partisan and least credible impeachment in the history of America. That is this legacy. Any prosecutor in this country would be disbarred for such blatant bias, especially if that prosecutor was the fact witness, the judge, and the jury. Madam Speaker, Democrats haven't just failed on process, it's also failed on evidence. I've heard a lot of debate on this floor today, but I haven't heard one member of this body dispute this simple fact. President Trump provided lethal aid to Ukraine. It came before the call, it came after the call, and it continues to this day. President Trump provided Ukraine tank-busting bombs. The previous administration, they gave blankets. This is the truth. Meanwhile, the Democrats' case is based on second-hand opinions and hearsay. Simply put, there are no grounds for impeachment. As constitutional scholar Jonathan Turley, and I would challenge to say he's probably the most respected, and we all know it, a Democrat who did not vote for the president, said under oath there was no bribery, there was no extortion, no obstruction of justice, and no abuse of power. Based on the facts, based on the truth, based on the lack of evidence, Turley called this the fastest, thinnest, and weakest impeachment in the U.S. history. Such a definitive answer should be the end of all of this. But Speaker Pelosi is still moving forward with this impeachment without evidence of facts or truth or public support. The Speaker says it is out of allegiance to our founders. On this, I agree. I agree with the Speaker. We should listen to the founders. And if one does, it's very clear that this impeachment is unfounded and improper. In the Federalist Papers, Alexander Hamilton wrote, there would always be the greatest danger, that impeachment would be driven by partisan animosity instead of real demonstrations of innocence or guilt. That impeachment would be driven by partisan animosity instead of real demonstrations of innocence or guilt. James Madison, another author of the Federalist Papers, wrote, the danger of legislative abuse must lead to the same tyranny as is threatened by executive abuse. The founders did not want impeachment to be used for political or partisan battles. If my colleagues do not want to follow the constitutional high standards for undoing a national election, perhaps you could have followed Speaker Pelosi's standard, at least the one she promised to follow back in March. It was a very sensible standard. She says impeachment is so divisive that the evidence must be overwhelming, compelling, and bipartisan. Not one of those criteria have been met today. Based on the facts, based on the evidence, based on the truth, this impeachment even fails that Pelosi test. Those now who say removing President Trump would protect the integrity of our democracy have it backwards. By removing a duly elected president on empty articles of impeachment, Congress will erode the public trust in our system of government. I understand you dislike the president, his beliefs, the way he governs, and even the people who voted for him. How do I know this? Because you say so day in and day out. In 2016, they even dismissed his supporters. Remember calling us deplorables? Now they are trying to disqualify our voice before the 2020 election. They want to undo the results of the last election to influence the next one. As I said, President Trump will still be president when this is all over. But Congress will have wasted months of time and taxpayers' dollars on impeachment rather than doing what America's people want us to do. It didn't have to be this way. Is this why we came here to serve? To trample on due process rights? To issue more subpoenas than laws? To appease the new Democrat socialist base? That is not leadership. That is raw political politics, and you know it.
by refusing to acknowledge the truth or follow the facts, by substituting partisan animosity for real demonstration of innocence or guilt, and by continuing a 3-year effort to undermine the president. This impeachment has divided this nation without any concern for the repercussions. Moreover, politicizing this process has discredited the United States House of Representatives and could forever weaken the remedy of impeachment. To again quote Professor Turley, "It is the Democrats' rush to impeachment on these grounds with unfair procedures that is an abuse of power." History will write that. Madam Speaker, as I said at the beginning, we face a choice. Do you trust the wisdom of the people, or do you deny them a say in their government? Fortunately, the people will have the opportunity to speak up and render their verdict in 11 months to my fellow Americans. To my fellow Americans, if you approve of the way of this House has conducted their business, if you want to see your tax dollars go forward to endless investigations, support this impeachment. But if you want to restore a working Congress, like the previous Congress that listened to you and worked to bring the best economy in this country has ever seen, and one that once again will work with the president to get things done for you and your family, then join with us in rejecting this baseless impeachment. That's what's wonderful about this system of ours. We are a government of, by, and for the people. Always remember, we work for you, not the other way around. Now, I will say this stronger and with more conviction than I have ever said it before. In this time of great trial and tribulation, may God bless America. I yield back.
Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from California is recognized. House will be in order. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I recognize myself for the remainder of our time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, my colleagues, after 8 hours, let us return to where we began with the articles themselves. Article 1 charges the President of the United States with abusing the power of his office by coercing an ally into cheating in a U.S. election on his behalf. It charges the President of the United States. It charges the...
Be in order. The gentleman has a right to be heard.
It charges the President of the United States.
The gentleman shall suspend. Gentleman may resume.
It charges the President of the United States with abusing his power by withholding official acts, by withholding a White House meeting that the President of Ukraine desperately sought to establish the support of his most important benefactor, the United States, by withholding hundreds of millions of dollars of military aid to a nation at war in order to get that nation to intervene in our election by smearing his opponent. That is the gravamen of the charge in Article 1. And what is the defense from my colleagues? Now, I've listened carefully to my colleagues for the last 8 hours, and I have to say, it's been hard for me to follow. But it amounts, I think, when you cut through it all, when you cut through all the sound and the fury, signifying nothing, what it really amounts to is this: why should we care? Why should we care about what the President did to Ukraine? Well, first of all, we should care about our allies. We should care about Ukraine. We should care about a country struggling to be free and a democracy. We used to care about democracy. We used to care about our allies. We used to stand up to Putin and Russia. We used to. I know the party of Ronald Reagan used to. Why should we care about Ukraine? But of course, it's about more than Ukraine. It's about us. It's about our national security. Their fight is our fight. Their defense is our defense. When Russia remakes the map of Europe for the first time since World War II by dint of military force, and Ukraine fights back, it is our fight too. And when the president sacrifices our interests, our national security for his election, he is sacrificing our country for his personal gain. That is the gravamen of Article 1. Article 2. Article 2 charges the President of the United States with obstructing the Congress, with denying the Congress any witness, any document, by telling all of his administration people, you will not appear. You will ignore a co-equal branch of government. And what is the defense to this from my colleagues? Again, it is, why should we care? He is the president of our party. Why should we care if he ignores this Congress? Well, I remind my friends that he will not be the last president. There will be another president. And you may be one day, although you do not act like it, you may one day be in the majority. And you will want to hold a president accountable. And what will you say when that president says, you are a paper tiger, you have no oversight, I can ignore your subpoenas? What will you say? What will you argue? Well, no, that was different. Then we were in the minority. Then it was a Republican president. Will that be your argument? Is that how little faith you have in our democracy and our Constitution? Is that how poorly you defend and uphold that Constitution? But finally, let me ask this question that overrides it all. Why should we care about any of this? And I will bring you to one conversation that came to light, because it's not the most important conversation, but in many ways, it is the most revealing. It took place on September 14th in Ukraine, when Ambassador Volker sat down with Andrei Yermak, the top advisor to Zelensky. And he did what he should do. He supported the rule of law, and he said, you, President, you, Andrei Yermak, should not investigate the last president, President Poroshenko, for political reasons. You should not engage in political investigations. And you know what Yermak said? Oh, you mean like you want us to do with the Bidens and the Clintons? And in that abrupt, brutal retort, we see why we should care. Because what he was saying is, you, America, have forgotten what it means to uphold the rule of law. You have forgotten what it means to say that no one is above the law. We are a struggling democracy, but even we know better than that. What is at risk here? What is at risk here is the very idea of America. That idea holds that we are a nation of laws, not of men. We are a nation that believes in a rule of law. When we say we uphold the Constitution, we're not talking about a piece of parchment. We're talking about a beautiful architecture in which ambition is set against ambition, in which no branch of government can dominate another. That is what it means to uphold the Constitution. If you ignore it, if you say the president may refuse to comply, may refuse lawful process, may coerce an ally, may cheat in an election because he's the president of our party, you do not uphold our Constitution. You do not uphold your oath of office. Well, I will tell you this, I will uphold mine. I will vote to impeach Donald Trump. I yield back.
All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 767, the previous question is ordered on the resolution as amended. The question of adoption of the resolution as amended shall be divided between the two articles. The question now occurs on the adoption of Article 1. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. No. Gentleman from Georgia.
Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the ayes and nays on that vote.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
And members are now voting on the first of two articles of impeachment. This one concerns abuse of power, and it states that, quote, President Trump withheld aid and a White House meeting to pressure Ukraine for an investigation on a political rival. Only a simple majority of members present and voting is needed to approve this article. 431 seated members of Congress right now. There are 4 vacancies. Here's the vote.
The country is doing better than ever before. We did nothing wrong.
And that's really what the White House has been trying to say all day. They've been really trying to put on this face of this is another day. The president is beat. He's fine. I think the president said earlier just briefly that he felt fine and that this is really not a stain on his legacy. That's their argument, but it's a stain on Democrats.
And this is a bit of counter-programming here. The very fact that he's having this rally in Battle Creek, Michigan tonight, exactly at the time when this vote is being held.
Yeah, and this is something that the president has sought to do on a number of occasions when he's getting this bad news. He wants to show that he has this great following and that he has thousands of supporters who will line up, spend all day, and get in an arena and scream for him.
So, Ron, this is the first impeachment vote since 1998, when a Republican-led House voted to impeach President Bill Clinton. Can you step back for us and with the legacy of that Clinton impeachment, what did you notice about today?
Many references to that particular legacy, many suggestions that when the shoe was on the other foot, it pinched the other party. And there surely were many demonstrations of that today. Democrats saying, look, whatever this president did, this is back in 1998, and by the way, it's the 21st anniversary of that very vote tomorrow.
Right.
Democrats at that time saying whatever the president did that was wrong, it isn't an impeachable offense. This is just the fulfillment of a long-time desire to get rid of Bill Clinton on the part of the Republicans who've been, in their minds, suffering under his presidency for 6 years. And in this case, we heard the Republicans saying the inverse of that, which was the Democrats don't like Donald Trump. They haven't liked him for 3 years. They don't like the people who voted for him. And that was, I think, probably the argument that made the Democrats bristle most, as though their attack was on 63 million people who voted for Donald Trump, a figure we heard over and over today, as opposed to being an attack on Donald Trump and what he did with respect to Ukraine.
Sue Davis, I just want to have you take us to the House floor right now. They are voting. What would you say the mood is?
The mood today, it got more intense as the day went on. A lot of these debates even though they seem pretty heated at times, there's kind of a wink and a nod to members that they know that this is how it's going to go. I would say the last hour of that debate, when you saw it sort of build up towards the party leaders, it got more animated, it got more heated. You saw members shouting across the aisle or shouting each other down. House Intelligence Chairman Adam Schiff, who
cheering, booing,
exactly, he had to be gavelled down by the speaker to get the chamber in order. So I think the fact that an outcome is so known and there's no surprises here, I actually thought that today might have been more rancorous and more upset by Republicans who might have tried to force more votes to close down proceedings. I think in some ways it's a testament to the fact that lawmakers see the light at the end of the tunnel. After tomorrow, they might be heading out of town for the Christmas holidays. And there is also a mood up here of people are just ready for this to be over. They want to go home and they want to come back and regroup in the new year.
There were also a lot of digs when you think about 2020. I mean, Kevin McCarthy in particular tried to make a dig at Democrats about the left flank of their party right now. I mean, the Republicans are trying also to pivot towards 2020 and say, if you're going to deny and overturn this election, President Trump is still going to be here when impeachment is over, and they're hoping that he wins re-election in 2020.
One thing I will say about this that does require a little bit of a political reality check, because one thing we heard Republicans say time and time again today is that Democrats wanted this, they were hell-bent on doing this, and that's just fundamentally not true. If you've been paying attention to Capitol Hill this year, you know House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has been holding back her party from impeachment. She did not want to go here. After the Robert Mueller report, she shut down impeachment. There was a mood here that it was not going to happen because of Nancy Pelosi's leadership. And it was only in September, when news of this call broke, that she finally got on board. She was not a leader who was racing to impeachment. She was one who was dragged there by her party and by the president's actions.
Steny Hoyer noted that, said that they voted it down 3 times. He was incredibly reluctant about that, and Republicans laughed when he said that in the House. As lawmakers are voting, let's look back at today's proceedings and indeed listen to some of what Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi said when she opened the debate on the articles of impeachment and, like many lawmakers, invoked the Founding Fathers.
Our founders' vision of a republic is under threat from actions from the White House. That is why today, as Speaker of the House, I solemnly and sadly open the debate on the impeachment of the President of the United States. If we do not act now, we would be derelict in our duty. It is tragic that the president's reckless actions make impeachment necessary. He gave us no choice.
Ron, the long road for Nancy Pelosi.
Yes, indeed. And I think there actually was a day in the fall when she was planning. She had projected she was going to literally announce that it had gotten too late in this term of Congress for impeachment proceedings to proceed. No matter what else the president did, it was just getting to be too late. And it was just a few weeks before that the whistleblower story began to emerge, that we heard that there was a whistleblower, then we saw the transcript of first of all, we got the literal transcript of the whistleblower complaint, and then right on top of that, a partial transcript, and then we have to emphasize it was a summary of the president's conversation with the Ukrainian president from July 25th. And between those two documents, they completely turned the town on its head.
And we should remind our listeners that these are two articles of impeachment. It's very narrow what they are voting on. You had been mentioning when you covered the Clinton impeachment that there had been debates over which articles of impeachment were going to actually be invoked. There had been 4 of them. 2 of them actually got turned down, right?
That's right. There were two that were approved and sent on to the Senate by relatively narrow margins, 228 to 206, and then 221 to 212, even closer, with a few defections from each party in each case. On the first article, the one that was a little more popular, there were 5 Republicans who left their party and 5 Democrats who left their party. But then these two, one was perjury, the other was obstruction of justice. Those went on to the Senate where they could not muster a majority in a Republican Senate for either article. Neither one got a majority, and of course you need 2/3, but they couldn't even get over 50.
Sue, there was a faction of the Democratic Party on the left that didn't like the narrowness of these 2 articles. They wanted something broader. They wanted the scope, the aperture to enlarge. They wanted to include something like the obstruction of justice allegations that Robert Mueller outlined, 11 counts of them in his report.
When Steny Hoyer, the majority leader, brought up the fact that Democrats had voted down impeachment 3 times already this year, he's right. But those resolutions to begin impeachment proceedings were offered by Democrats. I mean, you always had maybe a baseline 50, 60 Democrats who thought President Trump had already committed impeachable offenses prior to the July 25th phone call. They are reflective of the most liberal wing of the Democratic Party and come from the most liberal districts in the country where Donald Trump is, persona non grata from the day he was elected. That's an absolutely true political reality. The people that moved Democrats in this direction to actually get on board for impeachment, though, were much more representative of the center of the party, moderates. A lot of the freshman Democrats who won in the midterm elections that delivered Democrats the majority. In districts Donald Trump won in 2016. And people who are really sticking their political necks out in taking this vote, and some who may well lose in 2018 because of this vote. We heard from a lot of Democrats this week who said, I realize I may lose my seat in Congress over this, but I think I would have a clear conscience if I did it.
Sue, can you walk through where we're at with the vote right now? I mean, they are voting as we speak on Article 1, this is the abuse of power charge.
There are several vacancies in Congress right now. It's a 435-seat chamber. You've got 4 vacancies. A couple members are absent, so you don't. The number is probably going to be about 215 to 216 votes to impeach. It's taking a little bit slower because Republicans are sort of a symbolic protest on the floor, where lawmakers usually vote by electronic voting. They stick a card in and they press a red or a green button so they can vote very quickly. In this vote, many of them are going up to the clerks of the House, and you can either take a green slip of paper or a red slip of paper to formally cast your vote in writing. Several of them are doing that. It doesn't change the outcome. It's just a more symbolic way to vote, but it does ultimately have the effect of slowing down the process a little bit. So that's something that they were trying to do today. They did want Democrats to do a standing roll call vote where they would do it out loud and call each member in alphabetical order, similar to how they elect the Speaker of the House, but Democrats rejected that request.
Why? What would have been the symbolism of that?
I think they wanted the political image of all of these people saying yes or no on the articles of impeachment, probably a way to be able to use those images in political ads in the 2020 elections.
Doug Collins, we heard him time and again through these proceedings today. He's the ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee, and he was really hammering home his argument that this was for Democrats, this was about timing. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
The clock and the calendar are terrible masters. They do not care about anything except getting the time done and the calendar fixed. They do not care about facts. They do not care about time. And one day the clock and the calendar will hang along this body in a very detrimental way. How do I know this? Because one of our members, Mr. Lieb, said on the night she was sworn in, we're going to impeach. Well, you know the rest. In May of 2019, Al Green said, I'm concerned if we don't impeach this president, he will get reelected. That is probably the most prescient thing said by the majority in the last year, is they said we can't beat him if we don't impeach him. There's a reason behind this impeachment.
Ron, it was actually notable. Maxine Waters just leaned into her reality. I mean, she said, yes, I was one of the first people to call for the impeachment of Donald J. Trump. Now is a circumstance when others have gotten on board, but she didn't shy away from that claim.
No, and neither did Al Green when he spoke. These are members who have, for a very long time, felt that Donald Trump was an affront to the democracy, was an affront to certainly everyone in their district. And these are two African-American members who have long been associated with the strongest elements of the Congressional Black Caucus. And they certainly were not going to shrink from this moment and say, no, with all the objections that we've had to Donald Trump from day one, we're certainly not going to seem any less so today.
Sue, we should say that we are coming almost to the end of the vote. There's about a few seconds left, and it looks like the yeas have it. I'm seeing 219 to 163.
They certainly have the votes. The vote is still open. It will probably continue to go on because we still have about 50 lawmakers who have not voted. Time is fluid up here on Capitol Hill. It's a 15-minute vote, but it will likely run over. One of the votes we are waiting to see how they are cast is Hawaii Democrat Tulsi Gabbard. She's been one of the interesting question marks today. She has not voted all day long. She has not indicated where her vote would be on these articles of impeachment. She is, of course, running for president. And she yesterday indicated she'd be more likely to vote for a censure of the president, essentially a public reprimand. If she does vote no, it would be a big surprise here. Obviously, it would be a little bit of news and not something people were anticipating. But the fact that she has been so coy about where she was going to be on this issue,
And
as
President
she's one
Trump
of the
has
Democrats,
been
people are
impeached by
in
the
the
House
chamber
of
watching up on the board to see how they vote right now.
I mean, it is interesting to see. You mentioned Tulsi Gabbard, she's a presidential candidate. Aisha, how have we seen impeachment infuse itself into the presidential campaign?
Well, Kellyanne Conway, White House advisor, was talking about this today, and she was trying to make the point that she felt that that the Democratic candidates for president should be upset because they're not getting the attention. All of the attention is on impeachment. And of course, Conway and others in the White House make the point that they feel like this will harm Democrats in the 2020 election. And they also make the argument that they have been able to utilize this, and we have seen this from the Trump campaign, that they've been able to use this to get more fundraising and to get more donors because they say that this is helping them with their base.
And is it?
Well, it does seem like there has been some, according to them, that they are getting some more donations and things of that nature. But I don't know that we have at this point really seen a backlash to Democrats that some had thought might happen with impeachment. And I don't think that we have seen that at this point.
Aisha, it's a chaotic White House. It always has been. A lot of turnover of staff. The question around impeachment has always been that it sucks all the oxygen out of the room. They can't focus on other things. But the president is always singularly focused mostly on his political fortunes. So how has impeachment actually impacted the day-to-day functioning of the White House?
Well, the White House is, I think at this point, this is a White House that has gotten used to operating with scandal and clouds hanging over it, whether it was the Russia investigation and now you have impeachment. I talked to an official today and was like, this is another day. This is a historic day. So some of that is them trying to downplay this. But I do think that this White House and Congress have been able to accomplish a lot in these past couple of days, whether it's the budget deal, the USMCA trade deal. They are getting some things done.
We should say that voting is still underway, but the House has voted on the first article of impeachment, and they do have the votes to approve it, and that is the abuse of power article. So, indeed, President Trump is now has now been impeached, at least on one article, Ron.
On one article.
That is correct, and the margin appears to be somewhat broader than we saw with the first article with Bill Clinton. We assume that the vote will be highly similar on the second article tonight, whereas back in the Bill Clinton case, there was a substantial spread between the two articles, and of course there were two other articles that failed to get a majority, even in that Republican House at that time.
Republicans throughout this day tried to make this about what they perceive to be the Democrats' personal animus against President Trump. I want to play a couple of different clips that speak to this. First, this is Utah Republican Chris Stewart.
This vote, this day, is about one thing and one thing only. They hate this president. They hate those of us who voted for him. They think we're stupid. They think we made a mistake. They think Hillary Clinton should be the president, and they want to fix that. That's what this vote is about.
And House Judiciary Committee Chairman Gerald Nadler pushed back on that.
We do not hate President Trump, but we do know that President Trump will continue to threaten the nation's security, democracy, and constitutional system if he is allowed to remain in office.
So we heard there Republicans trying to stir up this idea that this is personal, that this is about Democrats who wanted President Trump out the day that he was inaugurated, Ron.
And certainly you can find Democrats who said things of that nature. There was an op-ed or something of that nature that ran online in the Washington Post. It was a story saying there are those people who are going to want him impeached even before he finishes giving his inaugural speech. That was referred to repeatedly throughout the day. People talking about how the Washington Post, which they portrayed as part of the Democratic Party, as being the voice of the Democratic Party, saying we can't tolerate Donald Trump at all, ever. Now, of course, you understand that when the president was taking the oath of office, the Republicans had the majority in the House. There was never going to be any kind of an impeachment proceeding against him at that time. This was a kind of rhetorical piece of speech that was seen here and there, heard at times on the House floor. But now when you bring those quotes back, they can become part of a narrative woven together with many other things that Democrats have said to suggest that all of this is just the culmination of a plot, if you want to call it a plot, against the president that's been in place since day one.
Sue Davis, President Trump is now the third U.S. president in our history to be impeached.
He is, and I think that whatever happens to Donald Trump in the 2020 election, win or lose, I think we will trace that back to what happened in Congress this week. Impeachment is going to be a defining mark on the president, and polls, at least today, show us the country's fairly evenly divided on whether he should be removed from office or not. But this has also been one of the president's most successful legislative weeks in Congress since Democrats took over. There's a political irony happening in Congress this week. Not only are they going to impeach him, but tomorrow Congress is going to reconvene and pass USMCA, the rewrite of the 1994 NAFTA trade pact that is delivering him one of his major 2016 campaign promises, the kind of thing that helps a president win places like Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And he also secured bipartisan deals to expand the military, to include a new branch of the military called the Space Force, which is a big priority for him, and cut a deal with Democrats to provide 12 weeks of paid leave to federal employees. So at the time that you're having this historic reproach of a sitting president, he's also getting things that he can go out and campaign on as, promises kept, promises made, give me 4 more years.
Tulsi Gabbard, apparently, we do have a resolution as to how she voted. She voted present, Sue.
She did. She is the only lawmaker voting present. She has not explained her vote yet. Again, as I said, she was coy all day about whether she would even be voting or how she would vote. She is running for president. She is a Democrat, but she has been, she's sort of a unique Democrat in that she's been very critical of her own party and has not been as critical of Donald Trump as other Democrats, and suggested yesterday she would be open to censure of him, a reprimand, but was already indicating she was not quite there yet on impeachment. I'm sure the president himself will have a lot to say about that.
I want to go back to why the Democrats have been helping Donald Trump with his agenda, because obviously this is part of a two-pronged strategy. Censure on the one hand, but allowing moderate Democrats to go back to their districts and say, actually, we are doing something. We are getting the job done. We're not just doing impeachment, right, Ron?
It can also be said that the USMCA that they're going to vote on tomorrow is getting approved largely because it now includes many labor provisions having to do with jobs back and forth between Mexico and the United States. That the unions like better, that labor likes better, that the Democrats like better, and that they insisted on, to the displeasure, I might add, of many Senate Republicans who are now saying, hey, wait a minute, do we want to approve this thing in the Senate when we come back in January, maybe after we get through with the impeachment trial? Do we like the USMCA the way it's been negotiated? So, yes, it is a victory for the president, no question. But it can also be portrayed as one the Democrats won by helping him get it, and one that will, at least theoretically, help some Democrats, at least in their own districts.
Benjamin Franklin, John Locke, Alexander Hamilton, Maya Angelou even. There were all kinds of quotes that we heard from today. People from both parties drawing from history, trying to make their case far and away. Alexander Hamilton was the favorite, but we would be remiss if we did not play this clip from Georgia Republican Barry Loudermilk, who went biblical. Let's listen.
Before you take this historic vote today, 1 week before Christmas, I want you to keep this in mind. When Jesus was falsely accused of treason, Pontius Pilate gave Jesus the opportunity to face his accusers. During that sham trial, Pontius Pilate afforded more rights to Jesus than the Democrats have afforded this president in this process.
Ron.
I'm a little afraid of that as a metaphor, but I'm trying to remember who would have been the whistleblower in that particular story. We should probably not try to draw that out too far.
But process. This is what we heard.
That's right. There was a great deal of talk about process, and not to say that the Republicans were okay with the Democrats.
Let's listen now.
197.
Nancy Pelosi.
Present is one. Article 1 is adopted. The question is on adoption of Article 2. The question is on the adoption of Article 2. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman...
Madam Speaker, I ask for a roll.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask for a roll call vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will still rise. That will be in order. A sufficient number have arisen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Is a 5-minute vote.
NPR congressional correspondent Susan Davis is on Capitol Hill. We're hearing a lot of hubbub on the House floor. Sue, tell us what's happening.
The House is now just beginning to vote on the second article of impeachment for Donald Trump, although you only need one to impeach a president. So President Donald Trump has been impeached by the House of Representatives. The matter is just now on how many articles he will be impeached on. The second article is on obstruction. The obstruction article details how the White House, the president directly ordered people in his employ in the White House and in the State Department not to comply with the congressional investigation into the matters surrounding the July 25th phone call with Ukrainian President Zelensky. That includes several individuals who defied congressional subpoenas and did not appear before Congress. They refused to turn over documents as part of the investigation. They declined to send counsel before the House Judiciary Committee. Essentially, we have not heard anything from the White House since these proceedings began in September 24th. The White House, however, has indicated they will participate when the matter moves to the Senate for a trial.
And Ron, Mara Liasson earlier in the day said this is perhaps the more serious of the two.
That depends, obviously, on your perspective. I think from the standpoint of the Constitution, you could argue that the first count, the abuse of power, goes more to the Hamiltonian argument for impeachment that we heard bandied back and forth between the two sides all day today. But when you talk about obstruction of Congress, you do invoke the even, for some people, more basic concept of the separation of powers, and the Congress being a co-equal branch of government that has every right to oversee some of the functions of the other branches of government. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't have their own functions overseen as well, as we know they are. But they all have to, in some sense or another, work together. And if one side or the other says, no, you don't have the authority to question me, you don't have the authority to see any of my documents, you can't talk to the people who work for me, that obviously breaks up that chain.
Is that the Republican argument? Because it is incontrovertible that, in fact, the White House did not exactly play ball with this impeachment inquiry. So what is the Republican argument as to why President Trump did not obstruct Congress?
Their feeling is that if there's a difference between the executive and the legislative, which is certainly not unknown, it's quite common, that should be adjudicated. It should go to the third branch, and you should ask the courts to decide. And the courts should have their say, and if it takes months and months and months and pushes it into the fall, well, that's just too bad, because that's the way we should deal with this. We should go to the third branch to play referee.
And we heard that from Jonathan Turley, who Republicans like to quote a lot. He was the congressional law professor who was called by Republicans during the impeachment inquiry. And he points to this, Turley, time and again, that it would have strengthened Democrats' arguments, he says, by letting those subpoenas work their way through the court. The problem is the central tenet of the case is about election integrity.
In election integrity for 2020 and the interference that the Democrats see the president having perpetrated through this Ukraine affair. So if this is okay and we're waiting for the courts to rule, then what's to keep the president from seeking this kind of assistance from anybody else in the world that might expect to get something from the United States or want to get something from the United States or have some expectation of the United States based on laws that we have passed and appropriations that have been made? What's to prevent him doing exactly the same thing he did with Ukraine?
We heard a lot of Democrats talk about what they see as a moral imperative here. Had a lot of lofty speeches, very sober speeches from Democrats, many of whom have served a long time, in particular Steny Hoyer. I think we've got a clip of Congressman Hoyer of Maryland talking about the fact that no American is above the law. In sum, Steny Hoyer says this impeachment asks whether we are still a republic of laws as our founders intended, or whether we'll accept that he can be above the law. Let's play that.
This impeachment asks whether we are still a republic of laws as our founders intended, or whether we will accept that one person can be above the law. In America, as we have said over and over again, no one is above the law. But only as long as we hold every person accountable for breaking the law, even a president, will that be true.
And then there was this from Georgia Democrat John Lewis, who worked alongside Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. during the civil rights movement.
When you see something that is not right, not just, not fair, you have a moral obligation to say something, to do something. Our children and their children will ask us, what did you do? What did you say? For some, this vote may be hard. We have a mission and a mandate to be on the right side of history.
Sue Davis, we heard there congresspeople, Democrats, making that moral imperative case. Adam Schiff talked about the fact that what is at risk here, I'm quoting, is the very idea of America. They're trying to paint this in the starkest of terms.
I mean, Democrats have said, and the other point I make this about Democrats is that they are the party taking the bigger political risk here. There are few Republicans, if any, that are taking a political risk by siding with the president of their own party on this question. There are dozens of Democrats who represent competitive districts, swing districts, districts that Donald Trump won, who all voted, for the most part, in favor of these articles of impeachment. I mean, you don't often see lawmakers take votes that could be against their own self-interest. And I talked to a lot of them, and a lot of them were very candid about the fact that they know that this is going to be an issue in their re-elections, that it is something that they will probably hear in issue ads from their opponents. A lot of money is going to be spent on these races, but they felt that it rose above their office. And a lot of them, Melissa Slotkin of Michigan, and she's a Democrat, freshman Democrat we've heard a lot from, has said, essentially, if I lose over this, it'll be worth it, that it's not worth keeping my seat to vote no on something that I believe is wrong. And that is, you know, you don't see politically courageous votes up here very often.
it may be the vote that cost them their seats, and for members to say that so clear-eyed is a bit of, it does take a little bit of political courage to do that.
Aisha.
Yeah, and you know, the White House and supporters of President Trump and the Trump campaign have made clear that they will be targeting those Democrats that were in those districts that Trump won who vote for impeachment, that this is something that they plan to focus on and that they are not going to forget, and they are going to try to make those Democrats pay for this vote in the fall.
Let's listen to the Republican argument. This is Florida Republican Matt Gaetz. He's one of President Trump's most vocal backers. He predicted that Democrats will pay a price at the polls next year.
Those who vote yes on today's articles of impeachment must carry the heavy burden of shame and guilt for as long as they serve in Congress, which won't be long because the American people will remember in November. Democrats would rather trip the president just to see him stumble than see America succeed. They'd rather impeach the president than work together for the common good of our country and our citizens.
And Sue Davis, the vote is ongoing, but we should say that now the president has been impeached on the second article. He has reached at least 218 votes in favor, and that is the article on obstruction of Congress.
The congressional nerd in me has to say it's not official until the speaker gavels it down.
Sure.
But they have certainly crossed the threshold to impeach him on the second article. On this article, we have one more Democrat no. The two no's on the first article, Colin Peterson of Minnesota, Jeff Van Drew of New Jersey, although Jeff Van Drew is about to switch parties and become a Republican. The third no is Jared Golden of Maine. He announced yesterday he was going to split his votes. He was a yes on Article 1, but he was a no on Article 2. He essentially argued that the obstruction charges, while he disagreed with the president's actions to obstruct the congressional investigation, he did not believe that that rose to the level of removal from office. He is one of these Democrats that is representing one of these tough districts. And it's a fascinating position to take because I'm not sure in this hyper-polarized world we live in
that he's actually going to be able to sort of split the difference on impeachment.
Do voters appreciate nuance in 2020 American elections? I'm a skeptic, but that is the political bet that he's making that is going to make sense in Maine. And if you know Maine, a lot of independents, a lot of unusual politics up there. It may pay off, but he is certainly the only Democrat to take that position.
Ron, we know that Nancy Pelosi was reluctant to pursue impeachment. And at the same time, she says, that she had no choice. Republicans have tried to make hay of this and have pointed out that this is not a bipartisan effort. This is not a bipartisan impeachment. Will the history books, when this chapter is written, will there be an asterisk next to the impeachment of Donald J. Trump suggesting that this was a partisan endeavor?
There should really not be much of an asterisk next to it because it's not been terribly bipartisan, because by and large impeachments in the past have not been bipartisan affairs. It certainly was not a bipartisan affair back in 1868 with Richard Nixon, the impeachment that was impending when he resigned in its face. That was primarily Democrats. There were a few Republicans who had come over. We heard a reference to one of them, Larry Hogan Sr., who was the very first person on House Judiciary Committee, was referred to in this debate by Steny Hoyer, because Steny Hoyer represents kind of the same part of Maryland. And the son of Larry Hogan Sr. is now the governor of Maryland and has been a Trump critic, although he wasn't persuaded to run against Donald Trump in 2020 as a challenger to his Republican renomination. But look, I mean, the overwhelming energy back in 1973 and 74 was coming from the Democrats, and there were a number of Republicans who came along with it, especially in the Senate, where Howard Baker played a critical role in the summer of 1973 in the first Senate Watergate investigating committee. But in the Clinton case, while there were more defections than we're seeing tonight from each party, there really weren't that many. It was a handful in both cases, and the impeachment of Bill Clinton was, well, if it had been bipartisan at all, it would have gotten a majority for at least one of the articles in the Senate.
But Steny Hoyer did want to highlight Justin Amash tonight.
The one independent in the House who used to be a Republican. So you have a defector, in a sense, from the Republican Party coming the Democrats' way. And then you have, in the New Jersey congressman you mentioned, Congressman Van Drew, one Democrat who's going the Republicans' way. And as Sue said, apparently going to be switching parties as a result of this. That's not very many. And so you really have to call these procedures essentially partisan in every case that we've had, although, as Nancy Pelosi and many others have said, it would sure be better if it were truly bipartisan.
And we should say, while this vote is taking place, this historic vote, President Trump is speaking right now at Battle Creek, Michigan, at a rally. Aisha, what's he saying?
Well, so he's making this argument that Republicans and in Congress were making, that this impeachment is to basically overturn the 2016 election. We know that impeachment is a constitutional process, but the president has been trying to make this argument that this is really about turning against his voters. And here's some more of what he had to say.
After 3 years of sinister witch hunts, hoaxes, scams, tonight the House Democrats are trying to nullify the ballots of tens of millions of patriotic Americans.
And obviously, this wouldn't nullify those votes. Hillary Clinton would not become president if President Trump was removed. It would go to the vice president. But this is the argument that they want to make, and they want to make it very personal for his base.
And Sue Davis at Capitol Hill, no doubt the president is going to seize on the language, right? Because now that the House has impeached him, this moves over to the Senate, where we are expecting what is called an acquittal. And President Trump is no doubt going to use that language to say, I didn't do anything wrong.
Sure. I mean, this is when I say that the reality check that Democrats didn't really want to move forward with impeachment. That's one of the reasons they didn't want to move forward with impeachment. When you talk to Democrats early in the year, long before the July 25th phone call, they would say, my fear is that if we moved forward with an impeachment, we know he'll be acquitted in the Senate, and that will allow him to run for re-election as an exonerated president. That is exactly what Donald Trump is going to do. And Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has made it very clear that the votes do not exist in the Senate to convict Donald Trump. He is working to try to keep similar levels of Republican Party unity behind the president on the question of impeachment and acquittal. And in a matter of weeks, I think, Donald Trump says he doesn't care about impeachment, it doesn't pay attention, but I would imagine that the acquittal in the Senate is going to be as much of a fixture in his stump speech through the election as witch hunt, hoax, scam, and all of his other greatest hits.
Right. I mean, Aisha, the White House was saying today the president was going to be busy, he was going to be working, he wasn't going to watch. And then, by my count, I mean, he tweeted 24 times at least today.
Well, more than 40 times, and at times in all caps, saying that, calling Democrats basically liars and saying that this was an assault on America. So he was paying attention, and President Trump is someone who is usually very focused on how he's being portrayed in the media and what his legacy is going to be. So he was paying attention today.
Ron, when we're looking at this, and this is a sort of important moment, and we recognize that the president has been impeached, apparently on 2 counts. We're still waiting for the final gavel on the second vote. But there's always been this idea that impeachment is a stain on the presidency, that this is going to be something that someone will carry around like a mantle. But if you listen to Aisha, she's saying this president, at least, doesn't really care.
He does care, I believe. I couldn't tell you that I had read his mind, but I do believe that he cares, and that's part of the reason that he's objecting so much to all of this, despite the fact that I think he quite does believe that this will help him get reelected. He is already warming up his I've been exonerated machine, and they have plenty of money to make that sale even before the Senate actually votes, which I'm sure they will be doing over the ensuing weeks. And so it's probably not going to keep him from being reelected. If he isn't reelected, it'll probably be in some other reason. But in the meantime, he does not like the idea that he's going to be in this very small and unwanted fraternity of people who were impeached in the House.
If you think about what happened after the Russia investigation, the report came out, it wasn't an exoneration, but that was the way it was presented by President Trump, and that was the way that in many ways it sort of got absorbed by the public.
The Mueller report is seen by most people, I think it is a fair characterization, to say that it was in the end kind of a collapsing investigation that did not prove what people thought it was going to prove. Now, if you read all of second volume of the Mueller report, it proves a great deal of exactly what people thought it was going to prove. But what it does not say is that we should indict, we should first impeach so we can indict, and then we should indict the president for having been part of a criminal conspiracy with the Russians.
Nancy Pelosi reading the results.
198, present is 1, Article 2 is adopted.
And there you have it. President Donald Trump is impeached. Good evening, everyone. I'm Brian Lehrer. And now we'll do a recap and call-in special here on WNYC. You could say it's both momentous and anticlimactic at the same time. It's only the third impeachment in U.S. history, setting up a trial in the Senate. But today's outcome has not been in doubt, right? The 12 or so hours of proceedings today that just ended mostly consisted of charges and counter charges that we've all heard many times if we've been following the Trump-Ukraine story. Some new things happened and some new words were spoken, which we will listen to a few of and talk about. But also, let's not be numb to what just happened. The President of the United States blasting apart one norm of governments and behavior after another these last 3 years almost, has half the country thinking he is big enough, a big enough threat that he should be removed. So listeners, how do you feel? Democrats, Republicans, independents? Are you glad? Are you mad? Are you sad? Are you feeling righteous indignation on one side or another? Is anyone feeling ambivalent or conflicted, or are we just all in our camps? You're invited to call up and tell us how you feel at this historic moment, in addition to what you think, at 212-433-WNYC, 212-433-9692. You can also ask a question of our two great guests who join us now, Jamie Floyd, WNYC's All Things Considered host and legal analyst, and E.J. Dionne, Washington Post columnist and NPR commentator. E.J. also has a forthcoming book, Code Red, How Progressives and Moderates Can Unite to Save Our Country. They will both help us process what just happened and understand what lies ahead in the trial of Donald Trump coming to the United States Senate. Hi, Jamie. Hi, E.J.
Hello. Good to be with you.
E.J., do you want to start with a thought or a feeling?
Well, it is momentous. I think your opener was exactly right, because it's so easy to be numb after such a profoundly partisan debate where, I was particularly struck that Democrats wanted to talk about facts and Republicans wanted to say we shouldn't be here, and they wanted to talk about process. This really is historic when you think about the fact that Trump is the first elected first-term president ever to be impeached. Andrew Johnson obviously succeeded into the presidency after Abraham Lincoln died. Nixon was never impeached by the full House, but they voted it out of committee. He was in his second term. Bill Clinton was in his second term. Trump is the only president impeached who is likely to be on the ballot next fall. And that is significant. I wrote a column tonight where I went back to Winston Churchill's great line at the moment when the war started turning toward Britain in 1942. And Churchill said, this is not the end, it's not the beginning of the end, but it is the end of the beginning. And I think there are several things that are going to happen now. One is there is and should be a big fight in the Senate over Chuck Schumer's demand, the Democratic minority leader and the New York senator, that they hear some witnesses. Mitch McConnell says, no, we don't want to have any process at all. And I think that Democrats are going to put some Republicans on the line and say, do you really want to hear no facts? Do you just want to go forward? That'll be bad. That'll be difficult for some vulnerable Republicans like Susan Collins or Cory Gardner. Secondly, I think the House is going to have to go back and say we're going to keep holding Trump accountable. I don't think this is the end of investigations into Trump by any means. So this is the end of the beginning, but it's a really important end of the beginning.
Jamie, a thought, a feeling, or some legal analysis of this historic night?
Well, until this morning, we would say, as E.J. alludes to, that we've only had 2 presidents impeached in U.S. history. And now we say we've had 3. And then, of course, we've lived in our lifetimes through 3 impeachment battles. If we include President Nixon, I was a child watching the Nixon impeachment battle and was inspired to both law and journalism by what I saw and thought I would never see it again. And yet here we are a third time around. So it is truly momentous and historic, and you say it to the young people who are going through it the first time around. And you realize, because we went through it that first time around, that perhaps they don't fully appreciate the moment and the import of it. But it's difficult for our democracy. It's perhaps somewhat devastating for our democracy, but it's also a wake-up call for our democracy, as it has been in the past. We'll get through it on the other side, but a truly momentous moment. And as you indicated, Brian, this is the beginning, because now we move forward to the trial.
This is WNYC FM HD and AM New York, WNJT FM 88.1 Trenton, WNJP 88.5 Sussex, WNJY 89.3 Netcong, and WNJO 90.3 Toms River. We are New York and New Jersey Public Radio, where, if you are just joining us, President Donald Trump has just been impeached on 2 counts by the House of Representatives. Jamie Floyd and E.J. Dionne are with us. Our phones are open for your thoughts and feelings or questions. 212-433 WNYC 433-9692. We'll get to your calls in a couple of minutes. E.J., let me get your comments on the vote. Out of 435 members of the House on Article 1, which was the abuse of power, the Democrats really held together. There were only 2 who dissented, Colin Peterson of Minnesota and Jeff Van Drew of New Jersey. Those were expected. 3 representatives did not vote, including Jose Serrano of the Bronx. I don't know if he was ill and absent today. I imagine he supports impeachment. And 2 Republicans did not vote, Duncan Hunter of California and John Shimkus of Illinois. One person tonight voted present, and EJ, very interesting person. It's Tulsi Gabbard, who is the congresswoman from Hawaii, who is running, as you know, for the Democratic presidential nomination, and she voted present tonight. I'm still looking at the tally on the second vote, which of course is Article 2, the obstruction of Congress, but it looks to me on first glance like it's the same thing. What do you make of the vote?
I think the one of the Democrats from Maine voted against that one. I think he was the one split vote, if I heard my NPR reporting right. I was struck when Tulsi Gabbard voted present. Claire McCaskill was on MSNBC, and she said, "That's stupid." And I think that actually shows what Democrats these days think of Tulsi Gabbard. There's a lot of talk she wants to run third party. It's just a very peculiar vote. It shows how out of the mainstream she is from the Democratic Party. But you underscored something important, I think, which is the number of Democrats who are risking their seats over this. There are 31 Democrats from seats that voted for Donald Trump. There are some Democrats from really Republican districts, like Abigail Spanberger of Virginia or Alyssa Slotkin of Michigan, who really could pay a price for this vote. And I was struck that the turning point here, part of the turning point that led to impeachment, was an op-ed in the Washington Post written by, among others, Slotkin and Spanberger. It was a group of 7 freshman Democrats who were veterans of either military service or the intelligence agencies. They were people who were against impeaching Trump earlier on. They didn't think their voters wanted it, and they didn't think that there was enough evidence yet to justify it. When Ukraine happened, when the whistleblower came out with this report, and we got the information about the pressure that Trump brought on the Ukrainian president to smear Joe Biden, these vulnerable Democrats said, we can't have this. And I think it's very significant. Everybody's going to say, well, this was partisan and political. For a lot of these members, a vote for impeachment was a very politically difficult vote, and they took it anyway.
And Jamie, EJ is right. There was one person who split his vote. I have that now.
Sure.
It's Jaron Golden of Maine.
Yeah.
Yes on abuse of power, but no on obstruction of Congress.
Yeah.
I think there were a lot more vote splitters in the Clinton impeachment.
Very much so.
I find it fascinating, Brian and EJ, that Jared Golden split his vote. I listened to almost all 10 hours of debate today, if we can call it debate. And somehow I missed Representative Golden's comments, but the splitting of the vote does fascinate me. He voted no on obstruction and yes on Article 1 on the Ukrainian matter. And I would have liked to have heard his reasoning. But the other two Democratic defectors voted no on both articles. So that's quite interesting. But the Republican straight party line voting on the articles of impeachment.
Yes, and I said Jaron, it's Jared, as you say, Golden of Maine. I know there
and
was...
I believe he represents, by the way, Maine splits its electoral vote, and he represents the district that gave one electoral vote to Donald Trump. I don't know if that influenced him at all.
That is correct.
What is interesting to think ahead to the Senate is that Susan Collins, who is up for re-election in a very hard-fought battle, also in Maine, which is why I think of her, although there are some other senators who may defect. She won't be defecting. She's a Republican, but she is being challenged heartily by some Democrats there. And, of course, this is a state very much in play. And there is some thinking about what she will do there in Maine because she's, those Mainers, they're independent thinkers. So what will she do?
And just as a political aside, my understanding is that Speaker Pelosi considered adding more articles of impeachment, not just these two, to give more of those swing district Democrats the opportunity to vote yes on some and no on others, to show themselves to be independent thinkers, but they decided on the two narrow ones, hoping everybody would stick together, and almost everyone did. Let's take a phone call. Here's Malika in Brooklyn. Malika, you're on WNYC. Thank you so much for calling in.
Hi. I just wanted to say I'm so glad that he's impeached. I mean, this whole presidency has been a surprise and a nightmare, and I think we all have this feeling in the pit of your stomach that is there going to be a surprise
at
today?
war with our adversary, Vladimir Putin's Russia. The president withheld a White House meeting that Ukraine desperately sought to bolster its standing on the world stage. And even more perniciously...
I'm just really glad that I'm taking this as a win tonight.
Malika, thank you so much. And Malika's going to hand off to Spencer in Berkeley Heights. Spencer, you're on WNYC. Hi there.
Good evening, everyone. How are you?
Good. What are you thinking? What are you feeling?
Unfortunately, I'm taking the opposite stance from Marika, your previous caller. I'm looking at this as a situation where if the trends continue, like with UK and Brexit, the Democrats won the battle tonight, but they could potentially lose the war, at least in terms of the immediate future. Yes, it is likely, as the way that things stand, that the Senate is going to go ahead and acquit Trump. And if that's the case, that's more fodder and more fire and more fuel for him to go ahead and charge full bore into 2020. And if by some chance the House loses enough Democrats to change sides, then there's nothing stopping him and anyone who you would consider to be a lackey or sycophant to perpetuate his agenda, which will continue to set this country back in every way but economically.
Spencer, thank you very much. And we'll be talking a lot this hour about various scenarios in which one party or another might win the war, quote unquote, after Democrats won the battle tonight by impeaching Donald Trump. 3 Democratic leaders are having a news conference right now. We're not necessarily going to take the whole thing. We do want to stay with our coverage and hear from a lot of you, and probably what they will have to say is no surprise here. But I'm going to try to bring up now Speaker Nancy Pelosi, the Judiciary Committee Chairman, Gerald Nadler, and the Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman, Eliot Engel. They are all speaking right now. And no, we don't have it? Okay, I thought we were going to have that, but we don't have it, so we'll go to it in a couple of minutes. EJ, any thoughts or feelings about the full House floor debate? It went to the full House today after all these weeks in the Intelligence Committee, then the Judiciary Committee. Okay, now we can go to Speaker Pelosi. Let's listen for a minute.
The vision of our founders. And so I view this vote, as something that we did to honor the vision of our founders to establish a republic, the sacrifice of our men and women in uniform to defend our democracy and that republic. and the aspirations of our children that they will always live in a democracy, and that we have tried to do everything we can to make sure that that is their reality.
And I'm going to come right out, because that is exactly the kind of thing we just heard for 10 or 11 or 12 hours. So they're not breaking any new ground with what they're saying tonight in victory, if it is victory. EJ, to that point, any thoughts or feelings about the floor debate today? It wasn't a point-by-point debate. It was parallel lines almost all day. Frankly, it was kind of depressing, I thought, in that respect. Did this serve a public purpose?
Well, first of all, I think today's debate sold yet more Hamilton tickets, even though they don't need to sell any more Hamilton tickets.
Because
everybody
both sides
repaired to the founders and said the other side is abandoning the founders. I was struck, and look, I have strong views
just a
about
minute, by the way, I have a great Adam Schiff clip citing Alexander Hamilton. We'll play that in a couple of minutes, but EJ, go ahead.
Yeah, and I have strong feelings about this, so you can take this for what it's worth. But I was really struck that the Republicans were substantially more partisan, and I think they were partisan by design. You know, they attacked the Socialist Democrats. They kept talking about the 63 million voters whose voices weren't being heard. I thought at the time, and later the Democratic Majority Leader Steny Hoyer made reference to this. What about the almost 66 million voters who voted the other way for Hillary Clinton? But they were consciously partisan because they want this whole thing to look partisan, and they want people to write it off. Democrats were much more likely to make arguments based on what Trump did, why they were doing this, a lot more in sorrow than anger kind of talk. And I think, you know, you talked earlier about, say, Susan Collins up in Maine. You can also think of Cory Gardner, senator from Colorado, who are in tough races. I think there's going to be real pressure on at least some Republican senators where people are going to ask them, do you take it seriously or not that President Trump actually asked a foreign leader to investigate one of his domestic political opponents? I mean, to me, that is despotism. There are Republicans like Ben Sasse or like Mitt Romney who have spoken out against President Trump. Are they just going to say, well, we don't like this procedure, so we're going to vote no? I think that it's going to be a real test of at least a few Republicans when it gets over this.
Yeah, I listening to you, EJ, I'm reminded of the old phrase, if the facts are against you, argue the law. If the law is against you, argue the facts. And if the law and the facts are against you, pound the table and yell like hell. And that's what I was reminded of over and over again. There was a lot of table pounding going on Capitol Hill today. When we get to the Senate, it will be about the facts and the law. And I'm reminded of John Adams, my favorite founder, who said, we are a nation of laws, not of men. And he also said that facts are a troublesome thing. Two of my favorite quotes. And few people today mentioned John Adams. A couple of people did. But when they get to the Senate, the facts and the law will be before them. But another founder, Alexander Hamilton, who came up over and over again today, warned in the Federalist Papers, not so much in the Constitution, but in the Federalist Papers, that this is a political process. Impeachment is ultimately a political process. It's not a courtroom. And we know our criminal justice system is all too often more political than just as well. But this is political. So facts and law, I guess, be damned, because in the end it looks as though it's going to be more political than about the facts, the law, and justice. And that is what Alexander Hamilton warned about in the Federalist Papers. And the founders, other founders as well, George Washington's very worried about the undermining of our democracy through the party system and the political process.
Listeners, if you're just joining us, Donald Trump has been impeached by 2 votes of the House of Representatives within the last half hour, one on abuse of power, one on obstruction of Congress. Almost every Democrat and every Republican stayed with their party, almost no defections, and we're talking about what it means and what comes next with WNYC's All Things Considered. considered host and legal analyst Jamie Floyd, and Washington Post columnist E.J. Dionne, who is also an NPR commentator. Let's take a phone call that I think will be a reaction to the optics of the moment when the impeachment was announced, how it looks to a Trump supporter. Margaret in Manhattan, thank you so much for calling in. Hi, Margaret, you're on the air.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I just want to say that, they've been Speaker Pelosi and others.
Whoops. Sorry, man. Wait, I'm having a little phone problem here. I'm going to fix it. Did we lose Margaret?
Oh, I hope she'll call back.
Okay, I apologize. I think I accidentally disconnected Margaret. So Margaret, call back, 212-433-WNYC if you can. But I know what she was going to say. Thank you, screeners. Jamie, she was going to say that they've been talking all day on the Democratic side about how solemn an occasion this is and how they get no joy in this. But when they announced the results of the vote, Donald Trump impeached, they cheered.
Yeah, well, the optics are to be solemn and somber and pray for the president. And there were outbursts of cheering after some of our senators and congressmen, not senators, forgive me, senators we'll see next month in January, I believe, if we move apace. But and Mitch McConnell is saying January for that proceeding, assuming he can get together with the minority leader, Chuck Schumer. But the Congress people today on both sides applauded. Our Congress people applauded on both sides after some members spoke. And I have to say, I agree with Margaret. I don't know that this was a day for applause. I think it's fine to applaud if someone speaks about the Constitution or the founders or our democracy. I don't know that, despite the high emotion of the day and sort of the I'm sure exhaustion that overcame everyone at the end of the day, and it may have just been an emotional outburst, applauding is not what I would think one should do when a president is impeached. And I don't recall what happened when Bill Clinton was impeached, and I certainly don't recall what happened in 1974. But I have to agree with her. I think it's a
bad look.
Wise observation by Margaret.
I want to play a clip. Let me jump in and play a clip of House Intelligence Committee Chairman Adam Schiff, one of the Democratic floor managers today. And listeners, spoiler alert, the first words in this clip are not his own.
When a man, unprincipled in private life, desperate in his fortune, bold in his temper, possessed of considerable talents, having the advantage of military habits, despotic in his ordinary demeanor, known to have scoffed in private at the principles of liberty, when such a man is seen to mount the hobby horse of popularity, to join in the cry of danger to liberty, to take every opportunity of embarrassing the government, the general government, and bringing it under suspicion, to flatter and fall in with all the nonsense of the zealots of the day, it may justly be suspected that his object is to throw things into confusion, that he may ride the storm and direct the whirlwind. These are the words of Alexander Hamilton, written in 1792. Could we find a more perfect description of the present danger emanating from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue?
So, E.J. Dionne, really interesting in terms of the kind of person and kind of president that many people perceive Donald Trump to be. How do you see it as the kind of thing, that Alexander Hamilton and his contemporaries anticipated? If you didn't know that those words weren't written last week, you could have thought they were.
Well, I think, and somebody could fact check me on this, I think I quoted part of that passage in a column a couple of years ago, because I do think that ride the storm, ride the whirlwind, that whole description of a demagogic leader, basically, that Hamilton had. Margaret likes President Trump. If you don't think much of President Trump, it is a rather perfect description of him. And I think that Hamilton, combined with other parts of both Hamilton and Madison about the dangers of a foreign power influencing our government and a leader corrupting the election process to ensure his reelection, those three things were basically the heart of the Democratic case. And a lot of the speeches were different, one from the other, but they all came down really to those three things.
And listeners, your thoughts or your feelings at this momentous moment when the President of the United States, for only the third time in history, has been impeached, or a question for Jamie or EJ, 212-433-WNYC, 212-433-9692. Questions, thoughts, feelings. Evelina in Huntington, you're on WNYC. Hi, Evelina. Thanks for calling.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. Well, I had time to think since I was screened, but I usually like to talk about my ideas, and tonight I have to say first, my feelings are most importantly two. I am terrified out of my mind, and I am just feeling a huge sense of I want to cry out to people who want to stop this guy. We can do it. We just have to work harder. Last night at around this time, I was drying out from 2 hours of standing out in the freezing, pouring rain in Huntington, surrounded by people, including a lot of new faces. And I'm happy that Donald Trump got impeached. I worry very little about optics when we're talking about a guy who's separating children from their mothers and who says it's okay to grab the women by a place I wouldn't say on the phone, even if I thought you would allow it. Mm-hmm. And I think he's destroying our country and destroying our place in the world. And my franticness has to do with the fact that as an immigrant, or I was born in another country, I'm actually a naturalized citizen and part Native American, and as a woman who's been abused, and as a physician, I mean, I have so many hats it gives me a headache, but I feel we have to find a way to speak to Republicans, and I've been speaking to Republicans, although I've been a leftist and an activist all my life, my adult life. I've been surrounded by a lot of doctors, and I know how to talk to doctors, most of whom are Republicans, and I can't find ways to talk to a lot of Trump supporters. And people were talking about the testimony or the speeches that went on today. The Republicans just kept repeating the same things over and over, and that's what I've seen for the last 3 years. You can't talk to them because even though I try to listen to the other side's facts, they don't listen to anything except Fox News and Donald Trump and whatever else, and they just keep getting angry and yelling and being rude and saying the same thing over and over.
And Evelyn, go ahead and finish your thought real quick.
I know we have to find a way to find a Democratic candidate who will A, win, and B, set the ship right. And I would love to hear ideas about how we can do that.
Thank you so much for your call. We really appreciate it. And I think we have the perfect guest to address that concern, because, EJ, you wrote a column last week called Impeachment and the Lost Art of Persuasion, in which you urge those who see impeachment as a moral imperative, as Evelina obviously does, to go beyond playing to their own gallery. You want to play that out for us a little bit?
Right. Well, I was touched by what she said. I've said this a lot. I had a very dear uncle who was a very staunch Republican and a conservative, and we spent basically my lifetime arguing about politics. He passed away some years ago, and his kids very kindly asked me to do the eulogy because they knew I loved him, and I made a point of quoting Richard Nixon, and I looked at people in the church and I said, I quoted Nixon partly because I thought Uncle Ray would want to come back to life just to tell me I knew you'd be quoting Nixon someday. And I've thought a lot about him in this period, and I don't think we could talk anymore. We never had trouble arguing, and we could get pretty fierce in our argument, but we were in constant dialogue. And I think we are at a moment where so much of the dialogue has utterly broken down. You hear this from families all the time, that we can't talk politics anymore in our household. And I think that, I mean, obviously from my point of view, I put a lot of that on Donald Trump because I think division is central to his kind of politics. But I do believe that we cannot lose the art of persuasion in this country. And sorry, that's my phone here. I forgot to shut it off. I think that we don't think enough about finding arguments not that make us feel good or make our side feel good, but that can reach people on their own terms where we might change their mind about something because they realize we are not as strange or far away from some of their fundamental worries as they might think.
We'll take your ringtone as a reminder that we need to take a break, so we will continue in a minute. If you're just joining us, Donald Trump was impeached tonight. We're collecting thoughts and feelings and explaining what comes next. This is WNYC.
Support for WNYC comes from the Met. Now on view, rare and precious objects ingeniously crafted highlight the intersection of art, technology, and entertainment in making marvels. Science and splendor at the courts of Europe. More at metmuseum.org. Netflix, presenting The Two Popes from director Fernando Morales. Anthony Hopkins and Jonathan Pryce star as Pope Benedict and Pope Francis at a turning point in history. Now in theaters and on Netflix December 20th, awards eligible.
2020 is almost here, and Democrats are getting set for another debate over key issues like health care.
I do think it is appropriate to acknowledge that taxes will go up.
And who can beat President Trump?
And if you think a woman can't beat Donald Trump, Nancy Pelosi does it every single day.
I'm Michelle Martin. Join us for live special coverage of the PBS NewsHour Politico-Democratic debate from NPR News.
Tomorrow night at 8 on 93.9 FM and AM 820 WNYC.
This is special coverage on WNYC on the night that President Donald Trump has been impeached. We're inviting your thoughts and feelings. Glad, mad, sad, ambivalent, whatever. Plus talking about what comes next and taking your questions for our guests. E.J. Dionne, Washington Post columnist and NPR commentator, who also has a forthcoming book called Code Red, How Progressives and Moderates Can Work Together to Save Our Country, and WNYC's All Things Considered host and legal analyst, Jamie Floyd. And Control Room, can we cue up the clip of Steve Scalise? This is clip 4 on our sheet. I want to play a clip of that Republican congressman from Louisiana, in part to hear a rare moment today of a vocal reaction from the other side of the aisle to a piece of the rhetoric. Scalise in this clip states one of the most often repeated accusations by the Republicans against the Democrats today.
This isn't just about Donald Trump. They don't just hate Donald Trump, Madam Speaker. They hate the 63 million Americans who voted for this president, the forgotten men and women of this country who have been left behind, Madam Speaker.
House will be in order.
And that really got the Democrats going. As you hear, Jamie, all this is a plot to undo an election that they didn't like, and this is a knock on you, 63 million Americans who voted for Donald Trump. What did you make of the charge or the rare moment of group reaction from the other side?
Well, again, I said earlier when our caller called in that I thought both sides might have comported themselves a bit differently. But to be fair, Nancy Pelosi, for her part, and many Democrats have been very reluctant, whether it be strategic or a matter of their oath of office, to pursue impeachment, and only came to it after the Ukraine allegations were made. So, the Republicans stuck to their script today that we should wait for an election And Republicans were very, very much on target about that. Some of them reading the same language over and over again, that this was an usurpation of the democratic process and that we should not take that away from the people that elected President Trump. At the same time, Democrats were insistent that we have a responsibility, even those of us who may lose our elections ourselves when we go to the polls in November, to do what the Constitution requires us to do, and reminding, really, these were closing arguments, not just to opening arguments to the Senate, but closing arguments to the American people. We have the impeachment power for a reason. We have a constitutional duty. So both sides were very much on script, but talking past one another, I thought.
Questions, thoughts, feelings, 212-433 WNYC. Annika in Crown Heights, you're on WNYC. Did I say your name right?
Very close. It's Annika.
Thanks for calling.
Of course. Good evening, everyone. There's so much that's been said that I think is so relevant. I think several of the things have been touched on this evening really speak to me personally. I think the first is the idea, EJ, you were speaking to the idea of being able to speak politically to one another in this modern era. And I'm 28, and I've been very politically active, I think, since I watched the Bush-Kerry debate back many years ago. And being able to have some sort of discourse and dialogue with the other side, I do think, is a completely lost art at this day and age. And in so many ways, I see the sort of place we are in the country now as being symptomatic of problems that have existed here for centuries. Many problems we haven't been able to address or solve fully. I mean, if we're thinking about it, being actively racist was still an accepted social behavior in, the 60s, 70s, and 80s. I think, looking at this current situation and the place that we're in now, looking at the idea that the election could be invalid from 2016 obviously doesn't make sense. I completely agree with the idea that impeachment exists for a reason. You don't get to, want to keep a criminal in office if acts are committed that are impeachable. And I think that we as an American public don't fully understand what it means to go to a foreign power for election interference and why that is such a big problem, because it corrupts the foundation of a free and fair election, which is the foundation of democracy. And so as somebody who's originally from Colorado, and I've got split representation in the Senate, it's hard when you look at somebody like Cory Gardner or like Susan Collins of Maine, or even Mitt Romney, where you hope that there's some sense of morality, deeply in wanting to preserve the validity of our democracy, that you would hope that somewhere along the lines we found representatives who are willing to vote their conscience. And it takes me back to Washington's speech when he left office, talking about how with the evolution of political parties, inevitably comes the death of democracy. So I'm hopeful that maybe we'll see some sort of glimmer of morality coming up over the next several weeks. But in general, I'm somebody who would have thought that the election might have brought me joy, and I think tonight I just felt the impeachment would have brought me joy, but instead I felt deep sadness at the state that we're currently in, and we were the leading example of democracy in the modern world, and I think that is truly being shaken these days.
Nicely said, Annika. Thank you so much for your call. So let's turn this page and move on to what might happen in the next few weeks in the Senate. There is a little news now coming out of the Democratic side from that news conference they were having a few minutes ago. Speaker Pelosi says that they are not going to refer the articles of impeachment to the Senate tonight. She also said that the rules, and there's a big tug of war over these rules already, the rules are not up to her, the rules are up to the Senate. But EJ, on not referring the articles right away, I'm sure you've heard the scenario out there from Harvard Law professor Lawrence Tribe and a few others, that after tonight's vote, Speaker Pelosi should not refer the articles to the Senate right away if McConnell isn't going to actually hold a trial. and wait a while to see if the public presses him to do that with real witnesses. Do you think that's possible or advisable, or do you have a read on what Speaker Pelosi said those few minutes ago?
I just want to go back to Annika for a second and say I hope she runs for Congress someday. She was wonderful. I think that Pelosi could sit on this for a while, but not forever. And I guess where I probably disagree with Professor Tribe, who's a brilliant guy, and I'm more inclined to agree with him than not, is that at some point, Republican senators simply have to be put on the spot. If the House simply sits on these articles for a long period of time, I'm not sure what good that does us. I think we have at some point to call the question. I think tactically, Pelosi might hold back for a bit, make a big issue about Mitch McConnell essentially saying, I've already decided this and I'm going to work with the White House. I think they can sort of hold it for a while to underscore that, but I don't think they can hold on to these articles forever.
Jamie, put on your legal analyst hat and maybe help walk us through the process of what does happen now.
Well, there's not a whole lot of guidance in the Constitution. It's, as we all know, impeachment is referenced here and there, but the Constitution only says, with regard to the Senate, that the Senate has to hold a trial with the senators sitting as jurors and House lawmakers serving as prosecutors. And the Chief Justice, this is everyone's favorite tidbit, the Chief Justice of the United States, that would be John Roberts, presiding over the whole thing. And then they take the public vote. And that's pretty much all it says about the process. So that means that the senators themselves make the rules. And they're going to decide how this rolls. And the only modern guide we have then is the Clinton impeachment trial. And because, of course, the Nixon matter never went forward. Mm-hmm. And in the Clinton matter, they decided not to allow new evidence. They had taped witness testimony. They had some key witnesses, but we're dealing with a very different, the taped evidence from key witnesses, and they had documentary evidence, but we're dealing with a very different president we've seen here. We were dealing with a very different administration, and we're dealing in a highly adversarial, acrimonious time. And, you know, EJ and I and you, Brian, mm-hmm. we thought that was...
I was just thinking the same thing, because when you go back to the Clinton period, the Republican leader Trent Lott and the Democratic leader Tom Daschle actually had a fairly amicable negotiation about how to have rules that both sides could agree to. There are no signs now that there will be anything like an amicable negotiation.
Even though we remember the Starr report as salacious, and the pursuit of Bill Clinton as partisan, and the Gingrich, you know, that whole time we think back on it as so acrimonious, and then the whole Clinton administration was bottled up with this impeachment mess. It's nothing like it is now. It was nothing like it is now. Now you asked me less about the politics. That's what EJ's here for, and I'm supposed to be talking about the law. So once they do come to sort of...
you can't separate them in an impeachment process, as you said earlier.
As Hamilton warned. So let's assume Schumer and McConnell can come to some sort of agreement about process and witnesses, which they're already battling about, right? They haven't even had the articles delivered yet.
That's the key issue right now.
But once they agree, they set a date for the what we call the trial in the Senate. They've said that would be in January. You know, there's always the possibility that they pull a Merrick Garland and there's no trial. That there's nothing in the Constitution that requires this. But assuming he honors the constitutional duty and goes forward,
pull a Merrick Garland, meaning not even bring it up,
dismiss the whole thing. Not enough evidence. It's not here. You know, it's all very ambiguous under the Constitution, but the senators would set a date for trial. They would take an oath of office. It's an oath of impartiality. I don't hear any laughter. It is an oath of impartiality. And then they work 6 days a week until they've heard all the evidence. They vote on the articles of impeachment. The Chief Justice sits. He presides on whatever rules that they've decided upon. And the president can have lawyers. They cross-examine the witnesses. So it looks a lot like a trial, but it isn't a real trial like on Law and Order. So
that's a fake real trial.
It's a fake real trial. So that's how it rolls, and we'll ride along with our listeners as it happens.
And EJ, Major, let me just throw in a couple of the headlines here that I think we're going to be hearing over and over again between now and after the Senate starts, whatever process they start. Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, as you know, EJ, said the other day, "I'm not an impartial juror. This is a political process." So despite that oath, it seems like the Constitution doesn't have anything explicit to say in terms of him not being able to position himself that way. And again, to be explicit and just say out loud what the big coming thing appears to be, there is this tug of war over whether fact witnesses will be called to testify, especially the ones the president has been blocking with the most direct evidence of what he ordered and why. And that's Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, former National Security Advisor John Bolton, who likened the policy to a drug deal on July 10th, and a few others. And EJ, the Constitution does not specify anything about what the Senate may or may not or must do.
No, that's right. That's just what I wanted to bring up. I mean, there are some Democrats who started to say Mitch McConnell can't take this oath. He has to recuse himself because he's already told us that he is not going to be impartial, and indeed that he'll work with the president's lawyers. Obviously, that's not going to happen. He is not going to do that, but it raises a problem for him. And I think that the argument you're going to hear is Democrats saying, look, Republicans can't have it both ways. They said, well, we don't have all the facts because the House decided to move ahead because they didn't want to work forever through the courts with the administration continuing to refuse and the courts taking forever to decide. Well, this is the moment where they can hear from those witnesses, or at least try to, if they want to. And so that is going to be an enormous argument in the Senate. And that's where I think Schumer is going to try to force some votes on some of these rules. Do you hear witnesses or not? And I think to be very political about it, when Democrats look at members of the Senate up for re-election, like Senator Collins, like Senator Gardner, like Senator McSally, these votes are a real problem for them either way. If they vote with Trump, they alienate an awful lot of middle-of-the-road voters and even some Democrats who had voted for them. If they vote against Trump, they depress their own political base. Democrats would really like them to have to take a few of those votes.
And I think very important, even though we always say it takes 67 votes.
I was just going there.
You're going there? Go ahead, Jamie.
I want to talk about the nuts and bolts of this. There is one senator who I also think should recuse himself, somebody nobody is talking about, and he's the senator who actually conversed with Ambassador Sondland during the Ukraine aid suspension, and that's Ron Johnson. I just want to flag him.
From Wisconsin.
Yes, I don't think he should be. He's not objective, but putting that evidence aside, 67 votes, Brian. Now we're getting into the nuts and bolts of this. Yes, we're talking as if this is a real trial, but you would have to have a mass defection of Republicans in order to actually. And look, Nixon resigned because he could see the writing on the wall before they ever even got to impeachment in the House. But maybe all these people will have some moment of looking at the facts and realizing, wow, this is really bad what happened on this call. But we're talking about, look, a mass defection of members of his own party. I made this note earlier. 20 of the 53 Republican senators, 20 of the 53 would need to join all Democratic voting senators. So
to remove him from office.
To remove him from office, to convict. So you mentioned Susan Collins, maybe Lisa Murkowski. We didn't talk about her, from Alaska, Mitt Romney. But that also assumes that all the Democrats stay on the voting side to convict. And there are some Democrats, like Joe Manchin of West Virginia, who might flip over and vote not to convict.
But, Jamie, I was actually going to make a different point, which puts the math in the immediate future in a different light. Tell me if you disagree. If the big battle now is over the rules regarding the witnesses, and the only hope that the Democrats have to get those 20 senators to flip on removal is to get these witnesses out there and get a John Bolton maybe to come and really spill the beans, and then everybody goes, he really did this thing.
Okay.
They only need 51
To get
not
the witnesses in.
67
Correct.
to force the witnesses.
Correct.
And so those swing state Republicans who you've been talking about, they only need 4 of them.
Correct.
And
Get a witness
that's
in the door.
the immediate drama.
Yes. What do you think, EJ? That's
No,
Brian's
that's absolutely
correct.
right. That's I think, and you can name probably 6, 7, 8 Republicans who would either feel some political pressure to vote with the Democrats, or in the case of Mitt Romney, or maybe somebody like Lamar Alexander from Tennessee who's retiring. He doesn't have to face an electorate. Will any of them say, yes, we want to vote for a legitimate process? I did the calculation a month or so ago, and I sort of took a look at what states did Trump carry by, I think the number was either 56, 57, 58% of the vote. If he just won those senators plus the 2 senators from South Carolina, he'd survive. That's all he needs. And so the notion that the Senate is going to vote him out is the chances are 1 in about 10 million. However, I think the interesting betting line is, do any senators vote against him? Are there, are we more likely to have 0 or 5? No defections or 5. And, at the moment you look at the House and you say the safer bet between those 2 might be 0.
I do want to say that I thought all along John Bolton's testimony, and he was not subpoenaed. He was invited, which is different. And then he went to the lawyers, and they didn't pursue for time that litigation. But that testimony, I think, is critically important. And if it did happen in the Senate, Brian, as you suggest, that might change some minds. EJ seems to be a little more cynical on that question.
This is special.
Realistic is, I guess, what I'd say.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Realistic.
Cynics always call themselves realists. This is special coverage on WNYC on the night that President Donald Trump has been impeached. We're inviting your thoughts and feelings, glad, mad, sad, ambivalent, whatever, plus talking about what comes next and taking your questions for our guests, E.J. Dionne and Jamie Floyd. We will continue in a minute.
WNYC is supported by John Thur Cancer Center at Hackensack University Medical Center, a consortium member of the NCI-designated Georgetown Lombardi Comprehensive Cancer Center. Learn more at jtcancercenter.org. History Talks, a day-long event presented by History, featuring 2 former U.S. presidents, plus top historians, trailblazers, and cultural experts. February 29th at Carnegie Hall. Tickets available at historytalks.com.
These are uncertain times. There are so many questions about what lies ahead. Complicated questions that touch on some of our country's fundamental values: checks and balances, freedom of the press, civil discourse. These are times when you really need WNYC. So please, before January 1st, support us with a charitable gift. Just go to WNYC.org, because we really need you too.
It doesn't really feel like we're being impeached. The country is doing better than ever before. We did nothing wrong.
Well, I did ask for people's feelings, and there it is. Donald Trump at a rally tonight in Michigan saying it doesn't feel like we're being impeached. There's that royal we again. Do us a favor, though. If you're just joining us, Donald Trump was impeached tonight. We're collecting thoughts and feelings and explaining what comes next with WNYC All Things Considered host and legal analyst Jamie Floyd and E.J. Dionne, Washington Post columnist and NPR commentator. And let's take another call. Lori in Brooklyn, you're on WNYC. Hi, Lori.
Hi, thanks. So I'm overwhelmed, depressed. I've been following this closely. Some disappointment in the Democrats. But My question now is, enough hand-wringing. I'd like to know what we in New York might be able to do to pressure to at least get the trial witnesses on, and to have the right to have witnesses speak at the trial. What can we do? Who's vulnerable? Which Republicans specifically might be retiring? I'd like to get specific because maybe all of us know somebody in that state.
Lori, thank you so much for that. And EJ, I'll go to you as the columnist with opinions and who can do calls to action. There were 600, there's the number that I read, demonstrations around the country yesterday in advance and in support of today's impeachment. Can the Democrats activate their base in any way, like Lori is asking, that can impact these swing state senators?
I think it's possible. I'm not that cynical. And I think, the names I think we know. I think Collins in Maine, Gardner in Colorado, McSally in Arizona would be at the top of the list. Then you'd have Joni Ernst in Iowa and Tom Tillis in North Carolina, who have difficult races. Then you have Lamar Alexander, who's not running for re-election, Mitt Romney, who's been willing at times to speak out against President Trump, Ben Sasse, who really started out very anti-Trump. I met him when he was campaigning for every Republican other than Trump in Iowa, saying, whoever we nominate, we can't nominate Trump. And yet he has made some rather pro-Trump statements himself, presumably looking at a primary. But that's for starters. If 4 of those voted with the Democrats on a procedural vote, then, as you said earlier, Brian, they would be able to start calling witnesses and maybe have that wonderful Bolton moment.
There was a very interesting finding to this point in an ABC News poll that came out yesterday, Jamie. Like all the other polls, it found basically a 50-50 split on impeachment as of now. But it also found that big majorities across party lines want the key witnesses who Trump is blocking to testify in the Senate trial. 71% of all people polled, including 64% of Republicans. That number is very striking, and I'm curious if you think that'll put enough pressure on some swing state Republicans to vote for calling them or give the Democrats something to talk about.
Right. Americans started out really skeptical about removing President Trump from office, and after this tension between the Democrats and the Republicans has been going on for more than a year. We had the Mueller investigation, and this particular impeachment battle has been going on, believe it or not, just 2 months. Feels like forever, but just 2 months. But Americans really are still just split 50-50 on whether Trump should have been impeached. We can now use the past tense over the Ukraine matter and should be removed from office by the Senate. That includes independents who are split 50-50 on that question. But you're right, Brian. The only thing most Americans, and that includes Republicans, agree on is that the top aide should come and testify. They don't like President Trump holding those people back. So I think you're right. I think that Americans want a full and fair procedure and proceeding, a just process, and they want to know.
And
they want to know.
And to that point, EJ, there's something that I'm starting to wonder if we're going to see. An article in the Times today notes that Republicans are running ads around the country that seeks to capitalize on the backlash to impeachment, but Democrats are not running many ads that try to capitalize on it as something good that they've done that would help support their candidates. And it occurs to me, to capitalize on that poll finding about broad support for hearing from the president's blocked witnesses, why wouldn't the Democrats start an aggressive ad campaign targeted at exactly the swing state senators you've been mentioning, especially those up for re-election next year? Call Susan Collins and tell her to vote for fact witnesses or something like that.
I think you will. I think that this shows the difference between the House and the Senate. In the House, almost all the Republicans left, with a few exceptions, represent districts that are very conservative, very pro-Trump. There was no point in advertising against them. And for their vulnerable people, they probably don't want to advertise on impeachment. They want to advertise on health care and on other issues to try to shore them up. In the Senate, it completely flips because people like Gardner and Collins and McSally are really vulnerable to voters in the middle who might look at them and say, if they go down the line for Trump, they are not creating a fair process. The other thing is, I think there are 3 levels to the polling. On impeachment itself, there was a big shift after the Ukraine news, and then it's been pretty flat. But beneath the surface, as you suggest, on the procedural arguments and on what Trump has done to block witnesses, the anti-Trump side is winning. And on the third level, when you look at a lot of these surveys, many more people on the anti-Trump side feel much more strongly about their opposition. This is in poll after poll than pro-Trump people do about their support. And I think those 3 are really important.
Stephen in Suffolk County, you're on WNYC. Hi, Stephen.
Yes, thank you for taking my call.
Thank you for making it.
Pleasure to speak with you. Your show is awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you for the guest. I think we're witnessing history, no doubt. I think we're witnessing the actual nail in the coffin, because he's going to get away with this, and everything else in his entire life he's gotten away with. I know this man for years. I'm not a young man. I was involved in getting rid of Nixon. I mean, getting tear gassed in Washington. So this goes back a long way for me. I've been an activist all my life. This is unprecedented.
The nail in the coffin, Stephen, where are you headed? The nail in the coffin of what?
Of democracy. It's over. Really, you know, when the Supreme Court basically gave the election in 2000 to you-know-who, that was the beginning. It's been a succession. This is just a culmination of what's been happening for a number of years now. Unfortunately, as I said, this man truly is a king. He believes he's a king. He's not going anywhere, no matter what happens in the election.
Stephen, I'm going to leave it there, and I thank you very much for your call. EJ, I want to use his comment as a jumping-off point to something that I think it's important to mention this hour before our time runs out, and get your take. Because I see your new book is about how progressives and moderates can work together. And there was the role of the moderate Democratic freshmen who won their seats last year in Trump voting or closely divided districts from 2016 in how this has played out so far. We keep hearing that they wanted these very narrow articles of impeachment focused only on Ukraine. And yet here's a caller who's worried that democracy itself is at stake. And I'm curious if you think something essential was lost in that compromise. One of your columns last week was about our country normalizing Donald Trump, accepting the unacceptable. And by that, I know you mean many more pervasive things than just pressuring Ukraine to announce an investigation of Joe Biden, like you mentioned, calling FBI agents scum. But nothing other than Ukraine, out of all the things that Trump critics can name that seem like basic affronts to democracy, is in there. Is something essential lost in that compromise?
I think something is lost because you want to make the case on those things, and they tried to bring other issues up in making the case for these 2 articles of impeachment, but they were very sensitive to the fact that they won the House because they won a lot of districts that are difficult districts. And while I agree very much in many respects with the caller's analysis, and I am more alarmed, honestly, this week than I was a couple of weeks ago because of the scum comment. That's what authoritarians do when they want to go after someone. From the behavior of the Attorney General, Mr. Barr, who is really turning the Justice Department into a combination defense firm and PR firm. This is really troubling for democracy. And yes, I still remember Bush v. Gore, too. But here's the upside. I say sometimes that if Trump doesn't destroy our democracy, he may be the instrument for saving it. What happened in 2018? This impeachment says elections still matter. In 2018, the turnout was the highest since 1914 in a midterm election. Trump has activated thousands and thousands of people in the country who were detached from politics before. So I agree. He seems to have some very odd gift for getting by things that would destroy other people, and rightly so. But I am still struck that our democracy at the most basic level, as long as people are given the right to vote, and I am also worried about all these people being knocked off the rolls and voter suppression, but 2018 showed us that democracy can still work if people mobilize, and I think it's very much worth mobilizing, and tonight actually shows that.
Jamie, we have a minute left. With your legal analyst hat on, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court presides over a Senate trial. John Roberts, what's his role there?
Well, as Chief Justice Rehnquist joked that you sit there and you do a whole lot of nothing. He said, I did nothing in particular, and I did it very well, quoting the Iolanthe Gilbert and Sullivan play. So he, John Roberts is an institutionalist. He's going to want to make sure that the process is as fair as it can be under the Constitution. I just have to say that I do think our democracy is in a bit of danger, but rather than Steve feeling that it's all over and the nail is in the coffin, I want to hearken back to Annika and with a bit of sadness, hope that this is a turning point for awakening our democracy.
And Annika via Jamie gets the last word, except Jamie, can Chief Justice Roberts order the president to produce those witnesses?
Well, that's for the court. We've got 3 big cases in the U.S. Supreme Court. That's not one of them, but that may become one of them, hearkening back to the Nixon cases of the 70s.
And this concludes our special coverage of the impeachment of Donald Trump. We'll talk more about what comes next tomorrow morning on The Brian Lehrer Show. That's at 10 o'clock here on WNYC. We also invite you to subscribe to Impeachment, a daily podcast, which we can now say will have episodes into January. Impeachment, a daily podcast. We thank our guests, Jamie Floyd and E.J. Dion. Thank you both so much.
Thank you.
A joy to be with you always, Brian. Thank you.
And this program was produced by Zoe Azalea with intern help from Mara Milwaukee under the direction of WNYC's head of live radio, Megan Ryan. That's Juliana Fonda at the audio controls. I'm Brian Lehrer. Thanks for listening.
It is particularly concerning that many European far-right political parties have formal cooperation agreements with the Kremlin's United Russia Party, including the ruling party in Italy called the League and the Austrian Freedom Party, which has been until recently a coalition government with the center-right in Austria. Thus, the operation targeting the United States presidential election may have been the most prominent case of Russian political warfare, but has not been the last, nor will it be. That's because so far we have fallen behind in addressing this threat. In particular, the United States has fallen behind our European allies in imposing costs that would deter Russia from carrying out future attacks of this nature in the upcoming elections and other critical moments of concern to the Russian Federation. Whereas military strikes are much more readily felt, influence operations are not clearly felt by American people and other citizens in democratic societies. Yet over time, there are a slow drip that starts to burrow a hole in that delicate political contract between our institutions and our citizens, eroding democratic discourse and undermining the democratic process. The lack of consequences imposed on Russia for its attack on the United States sends a very clear message to other authoritarian regimes that they currently have an open door to further destabilize our democracy. We should not and cannot let this stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Prakash. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
You did, Chairman Nadler. You did a great job, in fact. Good morning, Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Collins, members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's hearings. I want to underscore that my views today are just my views. They don't represent the institution that I work for. I have 4 points today. I'm going to be discussing the obstruction charges, or the obstruction part of the report, part 2, not part 1. First, I want to emphasize that presidents have broad constitutional powers over the Justice Department, including the FBI and, for that matter, special counsels. That is their constitutional job. Just as it is yours to make laws, it is theirs to execute the laws. It is a mistake, a fundamental mistake, to view presidential involvement in prosecutorial decisions as if that were ipso facto sinister interference in DOJ matters. Second, the Mueller report does not demonstrate that the president committed obstruction of justice because the obstruction statutes do not apply to his official acts, and even if they did, we do not have clear proof that he committed obstruction of justice. Without more, the removal of James Comey and the attempted removal of Robert Mueller does not constitute harm. Third, contrary to the DOJ, I believe presidents may be prosecuted while in office. I do not believe they have any immunity. Unlike you, they don't have immunity in the Constitution. You have a privilege from arrest found in the Constitution, and you have a speech and debate clause. There is no such provision for presidents. That's obviously contrary to what the DOJ says. The DOJ is not likely to listen to me, more likely to listen to their own opinions, but I think the DOJ is wrong about that. And then fourth and finally, the category of impeachable offenses is incredibly broad. You are free to impeach the president whether or not he obstructed justice in a criminal sense. If you think he abused his power, you can impeach him for that reason. You could also impeach him if you think he violated the Emoluments Clause or the Appropriations Clause. So let me talk about presidents and prosecutions. First, the Constitution makes the president the constitutional executor of the laws, as Hamilton wrote during the Washington administration. The president's principal power is a power over law execution. And this was recognized not only by Hamilton on multiple occasions, but by James Madison and, of course, George Washington. George Washington supervised American prosecutors. He told them whom to prosecute, and he told them whom not to prosecute. His successors did the same. John Adams would read the newspaper every morning and identify seditious writings and send them to his prosecutors. Now, there was a Sedition Act that arguably was unconstitutional, likely was unconstitutional, but the point is that John Adams was reading the paper and asking prosecutors to prosecute individuals. And Thomas Jefferson supervised prosecution as well. He was heavily involved in the prosecution of his former vice president, Aaron Burr. They did this all without statutory warning. My second point is that the Mueller report, I think, assumes too quickly that the obstruction statutes apply to the official acts of government officials, including the president. I think that's a mistake. The obstruction statutes are written in broad terms, but if you apply the obstruction statutes to the president, they apply no less to the department. It means that every department official is involved in influencing an investigation, which means they've satisfied the act and nexus requirements. The only question is whether they acted for a corrupt motive, which means it's possible that Robert Mueller and his aides committed obstruction of justice if they acted out of a corrupt motive. I think that's a silly reading of the statute. I do not believe the statute is meant to apply to the Department of Justice or other government officials, and I would not read it to apply to Robert Mueller or, for that matter, the president. Independent of that reading, the president has constitutional authorities over law execution that I just mentioned. It is a mistake to read the obstruction statute written in general terms as if it applied to the president. There are many Supreme Court cases that choose not to read general statutes with general applicability as if they applied to the president for fear that it would chill the president's constitutional conduct. And I think the courts would very likely apply that rule to the obstruction statutes for fear that it might chill the president's supervision of the department. So, for instance, if Bernie Sanders wins the next election and Chris Wray is the FBI director, and Bernie Sanders believes that Chris Wray is misusing resources and dragging out an investigation of the Sanders administration, I think it's entirely permissible for Bernie Sanders to fire Chris Wray. And I don't think there should be an investigation merely because he did so. And I think that was the mistake at the outset. I don't know who authorized the investigation of obstruction, but I think it was a mistake because you can't infer an improper motive from the president's involvement. And let me end with this point. The obstruction report of Robert Mueller says that the president can get involved in the prosecution if he has political or policy motives, but not if he has personal motives. Everyone understands that the president had both motives, or could have had both motives, when he chose to fire Comey. The personal motive would have been, I don't want him to investigate me. The politics or policy reason would have been, he is impeding my ability to conduct myself in this important office. Anyone who is in an important office knows that their ability to carry out that office is impeded by an investigation. And if that's the reason, It's not corrupt, and it's perfectly fine. The Mueller report says as much. And so once you understand that, and the Mueller report does say this in the footnote and in the text, you can see why it's really difficult to show that the president's motive was actual corruption. I see that I'm over, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, and I will begin by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. Professor Prakash, first and very briefly, you said essentially something that we've heard a lot of people say, that the president has certain constitutional powers, and that it's can't, by exercising those constitutional powers, he can't commit obstruction of justice. He can fire someone for whatever reason he wants. Is that correct?
That's not quite what I believe, Chairman. I think you could have gotten that from my adumbrated comments, but if you had a chance to look at the testimony, my view is that we ought not to read a general statute as if it covered the president, just like we ought not to read it to cover Robert Mueller, and that if it does cover the president, it raises difficult constitutional questions.
All right, but let me ask you this. A member of Congress has the absolute constitutional right to vote for or against the bill. But if he voted for or against the bill because someone gave him a bribe of $50,000, that would be a crime.
Yes.
The president has the right to fire somebody. But if he fired somebody or to do anything else within his constitutional power for an improper reason, like someone gave him a bribe, or because for any other improper reason, you would agree that that would be illegal.
Chairman, as you well know, the bribery statutes are about official conduct. It's hard to read a bribery statute as if it didn't reach official conduct, whereas the obstruction statutes aren't quintessentially about official conduct. Everybody is covered by it. So I think it's easier to read the bribery statute as if it covered official acts, because of course, to bribe someone in an official capacity involves...
You'd say some statutes cover official acts and others don't.
Some statutes clearly do because they say as much. Some have the deep implication that they do.
Thank you. Professor Cordero, you noted in your testimony that you're a co-founder of Checks and Balances, an organization of conservative and libertarian lawyers who are dedicated to core constitutional principles and to upholding the rule of law. As a conservative with an expertise in national security law, why did you find the president's statements last week about his willingness to accept opposition research from a foreign government so concerning?
Well, they're concerning because, so first of all, in terms of the president's responsibilities as president, he is responsible for overseeing the national security of the United States. He has a commander-in-chief responsibilities. Receiving foreign assistance has been recognized throughout the entire history of the country as something that is counter and undermines the Constitution. He has an oath that he is defending the Constitution. There is no way that a president can, or any official, can willingly receive and indicate a willingness to receive foreign assistance, which we have not only constitutional principles that cut against receiving foreign assistance and warn about foreign influence over our democracy, and Congress has passed statutes that try to provide transparency and get at the issue and uncover potential foreign influence on our democratic institutions and on Congress. So his being willing to receive that foreign assistance, I think, is simply incompatible with his role.
Thank you. And is it likely or plausible that the president's statements last week may encourage Russia or other foreign governments to engage in the same type of influence operations against our democracy in the next election?
Of course, they're paying attention. They're listening to everything that the president and his advisors and members of this body say. So when he or anyone else indicates a willingness to receive foreign assistance, that is not just a signal, that is an invitation from a national security perspective to Russian intelligence and any other intelligence service that's out there that wants to try to find a way to influence our democratic process.
Thank you. Professor Hazen, you've explained why providing opposition research to a political campaign counts as a campaign contribution or a thing of value for purposes of campaign finance law. In fact, don't campaigns often pay a great deal of money for opposition research?
I should correct you that it's Hassan.
Hassan, I'm sorry.
use of or the sale of opposition research or polling data has been found by the Federal Election Commission to count as a thing of value for purposes of the campaign finance laws, and giving it in kind, if its value is over the value that's allowed as a contribution, can be illegal. That's been recognized by the FEC.
Thank you. So if a foreign government provides opposition research to a campaign for free, that can constitute a significant in-kind donation, correct?
Yes, and the Mueller report noted it could be worth much more than some kind of dollar value contribution.
Thank you. You've also explained that U.S. law prohibits any foreign national from contributing to state or federal election campaigns. You described a decision that then Judge Kavanaugh wrote in 2011 upholding the ban on foreign election contributions. Is it fair to say that in that opinion, Judge, now Justice Kavanaugh, described the United States as having a compelling interest in preventing foreign influence in U.S. elections?
Yes, he recognized an interest in democratic self-government, and the Supreme Court thought the proposition was so obvious that it summarily affirmed his decision and didn't even schedule a hearing on the case.
Did anybody in the court or in the Supreme Court disagree?
No.
Thank you. Professor Prakash, although I disagreed with you on many other points, I'm in full agreement with your argument that the Constitution does not grant the President any privileges or immunities from prosecution. In fact, you say that the Constitution does not grant the President, quote, any sort of privileges or immunities. Would you agree, then, that White House advisors cannot claim they are, quote, absolutely immune, unquote, from having to testify before Congress based on a theory that they act as the President's alter egos?
Chairman Nadler, I'll tell you what I tell my class. I agree with you 110%, but I think it's unfortunately, administrations for the past several decades have claimed this privilege, and Congress has been unable to stop them. So I agree with you that people who work for the President should be forced to testify before Congress.
Except for when you can establish executive privilege, I assume.
Well, I don't want to talk about executive privilege, but I'm on the record as saying I don't believe there is an executive privilege. Certainly not vis-a-vis Congress.
Okay. My time has expired. The gentleman, the ranking member, Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things is concerning here. One, I think this committee at times acts like a hypochondriac. We like to talk about the symptoms and not get at the disease. I don't disagree with the three Democratic witnesses. This is what we should be doing. We shouldn't be having to hear from you that it should be. We've got bills actually in queue that we could be having this hearing on. I'm glad y'all are here today, but you don't need to be here. We're like hypochondriacs just talking about symptoms, and there are actually cures out here that we can begin working on. We appreciate you being here, but it's absolutely adding nothing to getting anything done as we go forward, which concerns me because this is very obvious from the opening statements here that, Mr. Chairman, we were under, again, the understanding this was to be an obstruction hearing, and as late, and we have emails from, to state this, as late as 9 on Monday night, which could have had, again, a better discussion of what you're wanting to discuss, and we could all still be hypochondriacs and talk about the symptoms when we could have scheduled even a markup to deal with bills that are actually in the queue. So I just have a few questions here that we look at. One, I'd like to ask each witness very quickly. When were you first contacted by committee staff about testifying at today's hearing? Starting, Ms. Cordero, with you.
I don't remember the date, Mr. Ranking Member. I think I've talked to staff.
When were you asked about appearing today? And give me a week, 2 weeks, whatever. Appearing today, actually today.
At least maybe at least a week ago. I'm sorry, I don't remember the date.
No problem.
At least a week ago.
Just a general fine.
Yeah, at least a week ago.
Saturday evening.
Monday.
And I know when we contacted you, but go ahead and state for the record.
I believe Thursday or Friday of last week.
Okay. Again, I think this is an interesting thing, and as the committee can work together on many things, I think the concern is that we have to be exceedingly, unfortunately, hostile or hide the ball on everything, and this is just not the way this one should be, and it's very frustrating for us on this side, preparing for one thing and finding out as late as, for us, not even finding out you were the ones going to be testifying until really basically Tuesday morning, and finding out some of you wasn't even attached until this weekend, which says after we were told what was going to be happening, they called you. So this is a hide the ball problem, Mr. Chairman. It needs to not happen as we go forward. One of the aspects, though, of this, as going back to obstruction, was an interesting issue that we want to talk about. And important aspects of national security is maintaining secrecy of classified information, avoiding leaks, whether leakers are foreign or domestic. We know that Director Comey leaked internal FBI memos containing classified information to the media through Columbia professor Richmond. Mr. Prakash, would you consider that problematic?
I don't know if the memo was classified, but of course, if it was, it certainly would be problematic.
It's not, as we've confirmed through the special counsel and the investigations and the evidence after his 2-year investigation of the no underlying collusion or crime, it's certainly, former Director Comey certainly did not have evidence of conspiracy. We've shown that, and that came out in the Mueller report. So I find it especially troubling that Mr. Comey leaked documents that help spark, by many accusations, the appointment or influence of the special counsel's investigation. If be so in the way he leaked this, would that, and we're discussing obstruction here, in doing so, could that leaking constitute an obstruction of justice?
Mr. Comey was a private citizen when he leaked those memos. If he leaked them for a personal motive, namely to get back at the president for firing him, under the special counsel's report, that would be a corrupt motive. If, on the other hand, he did it out of public interest, that it wouldn't be, which of course is the problem with trying to figure out whether something is corrupt or not, both for this factual pattern that you've suggested, but also for the president.
So, in looking at this, so the problem you just hit there was exactly the same thing that was discussed in the Mueller report, and how this was actually ended up, and again, after it was passed on by the special counsel, given to the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General, who said it did not have the corrupt motives, was mentioned there, and also basically took into account that they took no counsel from their own department, that they took that into consideration. They said, no, after looking at this, there's nothing there to charge. The special counsel in his report spent a great deal of time discussing the episode related to Mr. McGahn writing a memo to the file. What is your view of this episode vis-a-vis obstruction?
It entirely turns on whether the president thought that he was asking McGahn to create a false memo, and the report is equivocal on this point because, of course, the report doesn't know. The president has forgotten things in the past. There's an episode from Fear, the Bob Woodward book, where the president asks for a document to withdraw from the Korean-U.S. trade agreement. He gets it put on his desk. They snatch it back because they don't want him to sign it, his aides, and he forgets that he asked for it because he asks for it again and doesn't ask why it wasn't given to him. So people are forgetful. It's quite possible that the president didn't realize that he had asked Don McGahn to have Special Counsel Mueller fired.
At this point in time, Mr. Chairman, like I said, we'll continue this again. What could have been an actual productive markup of bills that actually could have went toward obstruction, and not the obstruction of the election and interference that we have talked about, the foreign interference that we've talked about, that your 3 witnesses elaborated beautifully on. I'm glad they elaborated beautifully on, but we've already began this process. I've already asked for it. We could have had a markup today. Instead, we're having a rerun, and especially from our perspective, something that we could have participated in a different way. Our witness is here in an excellent opportunity to do that, but not in the way that was done to us. And in the future, I would hope that we could communicate better in that regard. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for holding this hearing, and certainly I acknowledge and thank the presence of the ranking member. This is the task and job that is the responsibility of the United States Congress, and I want to thank the witnesses for their presence here. I want to be as close to my questioning time. Let me, Mr. Prakash, did I hit it nearly? Well,
you both are 2 for 2. Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Let me thank you for your presence here today. I wanted to just pick up on the executive privilege. My understanding of what you just said was that executive privilege should not be rendered as it relates to Congress. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. I'm not sure there's an executive privilege at all, either vis-a-vis the courts or Congress. But I'm more confident of my view vis-a-vis Congress.
I appreciate that. We had a witness yesterday, Ms. Hope Hicks, and I believe it is certainly present in the media that there was a significant amount of executive privilege, and so you would raise questions about that.
Well, I think, Representative, my view is a minority viewpoint. It's certainly not held by the Department of Justice or the President's office, and that's true for Republican and Democratic presidents.
Well, your view is a thoughtful view, and I would think that the exercise of executive privilege so extensively yesterday was an abuse of the rights of this Congress. And so I thank you for your addition to that to the record. Let me ask this question of Ms. Pedoro. In the report, they talked about, and thank you, they talked about the idea of the involvement of Russia. And let me just read this to you. First, they talked about a Russian entity known as the Internet Research Agency carried out a social media campaign that favored presidential candidate Donald J. Trump and disparaged presidential candidate Hillary Clinton. The IRA's goals evolved from general attempts to sow political and social discord in the United States, targeted operation that by early 2016 favored candidate Trump. Second, Russia's main intelligence directorate of the General Staff of the Russian Army, known as GRU, conducted computer intrusion operations against entities, employees, and volunteers working on the Clinton campaign, and then released documents. How damaging, troublesome, dangerous is that?
As the special counsel has said in the report and in his remarks that he gave at the Justice Department, this was a systematic intelligence operation against the United States, against our democratic processes. And I would emphasize that according to current U.S. intelligence statements by intelligence community leaders, this is an ongoing issue. It's not just limited to the past. It wasn't just 2016. It's ongoing.
But how dangerous is it, in reflection of 2016, to have presidential candidates and or their operatives willingly and excitingly engaging with the extent? I mentioned intelligence agencies, I mentioned the GRU, of course some of them were indicted, they've obviously not come back for prosecution, but how dangerous is that?
Well, it's really inconceivable that a presidential candidate would be willing to receive information that the campaign had reason to know was coming from Russian government-supported efforts. In other words, the work that is laid out in the special counsel's report has a variety of different examples of how the campaign knew it was coming. It would have been more understandable had the campaign been able to say, we didn't understand. But instead, there's a particular reference to Deputy Campaign Chairman Gates, where he told the special counsel, because it's in the report, that they actually were going to create a press strategy around the WikiLeaks releases. And there's a whole history of information about
Thank
WikiLeaks.
you, Mr. Hassan. Quickly, based on your knowledge, can the lines regarding what counts as coordination between campaign and outside group often become blurry? And this is based upon the relationship and the campaigns of 2016, and particularly the Trump campaign.
I don't understand the question.
In election law, questions about campaigns coordinating with outside entities often arise in the context of rules governing super PACs and independent expenditures. Based on your knowledge, can the lines regarding what counts as coordination between a campaign and outside group often become blurry?
Yes.
And in that instance, would you look back on the 2016 Trump election and see the difficulty in what the Trump campaign was doing and its dangerousness?
Well, in terms of the coordination with super PACs, I think there's a general problem across both sides of the aisle with coordination between campaigns and outside groups that support them. What's especially different with the Trump campaign was the potential for coordination with a foreign entity, which is something that we do not normally see.
Should that be reported immediately?
Well,
I have a duty to report.
I think it certainly would be good practice to report any attempt and to rebuff any efforts, and certainly to, and we don't know if this happened, to speak to the campaign's general counsel and alert them, who was Don McGahn at the time, and alert them that there's been an approach by a foreign entity that's trying to provide information to the campaign.
I thank you.
I thank the gentlelady, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of points before asking some questions here. First of all, the Russian interference that's been discussed here by the panel this morning, this didn't happen under President Trump's watch. This happened under President Obama's watch. It was the Obama administration that saw all this happen and had evidence of it, knew it was going on, yet did nothing. It was the Obama administration. Secondly, Relative to what was done wrong, whether there was collusion with the Russians, a lot of us, including myself, reserved our judgment till the Mueller report came in. Let's not forget that the Mueller report ultimately indicated that there was no collusion between Donald Trump or his campaign with the Russians. Secondly, the Attorney General concluded that there was no obstruction of justice. Yet here we are again in another hearing relative to a matter which has essentially already been decided. We're wasting our time, we're chasing our tails. It's taxpayer money that's paying for all this. It's really a faux impeachment because whereas the hardcore hate Trump Democrat base despises his president, wants him impeached, the Democrats still refuse to move forward on impeachment because they know that'll blow up in their face politically. So we're having hearing after hearing after hearing about what? Really about nothing. Last week, John Dean. Yesterday, Hope Hicks. Who are we going to have next week? Sean Hannity? It's anybody's guess. In the meantime, there are significant real issues that are being ignored by this committee and this Congress. For example, last month alone, 145,000 illegal immigrants flowed into this country. 145,000 in 1 month. We're rapidly becoming a vast international territory between Mexico and Canada. Now, I need to attribute that to our committee scholar, Tom McClintock, who used that definition yesterday, and I think it's a good one, although it's unfortunate. Another issue, we've got a $22 trillion debt hanging over all our heads. This is the committee that could pass something that I've introduced, and that's a balanced budget amendment requiring us to do what every state has to do, balance its budget. But no, we're not doing that. We got 70,000 people that died of opioid addictions last year. Are we devoting any attention to that? Not really. Certainly not enough. Maybe we ought to be focusing on some of those real issues that really matter. Just a suggestion. Professor Prakash, let me ask you this. This committee has spent a lot of time relitigating the Mueller report, as I just indicated, in fact, over and over. Democrats on this committee and in the media have promoted the narrative that not only has the president obstructed justice in relation to the Mueller investigation, but the president is now allegedly obstructing Congress. And just last week, Democrats approved a resolution that authorizes lawsuits against Attorney General Barr and former White House counsel Don McGahn to enforce subpoenas issued by Democrats on this committee. How would you assess the merits of such a lawsuit?
Representative, I guess I'm on record as saying I don't believe that the president should be able to invoke privilege against Congress, and I have that view. I don't think the courts will share that view. As you know, the courts have essentially required that Congress and the president negotiate over these claims of executive privilege, and then have only reluctantly thereafter intervened.
So you think it's likely they're going to fail in the courts?
I actually don't know whether they're going to fail or not. I don't know what the courts will say, but I do know that they seem to want to have you folks negotiate with the president first before they adjudicate the dispute. My personal view about executive privilege, I happen to believe it's right, but it's just my personal view.
Okay, thank you. Many of the acts of alleged obstruction involved the president exercising his Article 2 authority, as you've mentioned. Can you explain the difficulty in finding corrupt intent to obstruct justice when the president is carrying out his Article 2 powers?
It all turns on why you think he's doing what he's doing. So if the president thinks to himself, I'm having a difficult time interacting with foreign leaders because they can't take me seriously and they're worried about how long I'll be around, that is not a corrupt motive. The Mueller report says as much. If, on the other hand, you think he's solely focused on his own skin and his own personal reputation, that would be a personal, and the report says, therefore, a corrupt motive.
Thank you.
It's quite lacking.
I'm almost out of time, so let me get one more in here. Relative to the president's power to remove executive branch officials, do you believe that the president committed a crime when he fired James Comey?
Absolutely not.
Time's expired.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've noticed some constituents of mine from my zip code, let alone my district, here. And I'm so happy they're here because they get to see what I have to put up with week after week after week. colleagues who come here and say that the Mueller report, which they obviously haven't read, says no collusion.
Would the gentleman yield?
Collusion is not even mentioned.
Would the gentleman yield?
In the Mueller report.
I've read the report. I think most of it.
Collusion is not even mentioned in the Mueller report. The issue was conspiracy, number one. Number two, it says no, the Mueller report said no obstruction. The Mueller report did not say that. The Mueller report said if we could find that the president didn't commit a crime, we'd say that. And it said we do not in any way exonerate him from committing obstruction of justice.
Would the gentleman
and we
yield?
hear also...
I said the Attorney General said that.
And would you hold him out of order? It's my time.
Is out of order.
And he says we have hearings about nothing. Hearings about nothing? Hearings about the Russians interfering with our elections? That is in the Mueller report. That is the whole first half of it, and tells us that the Russians interfered with our elections. And we're having hearings about nothing. This is not 38112. This is not reality. This is the Judiciary Committee, and it's sad. The Russians did interfere. Ms. Cordero, you said that the Russians did interfere, and you said that it would be disqualifying that a political team would craft a message around WikiLeaks or around the social media. And you said it's in conflict with the oath of office that the president takes to faithfully execute the laws of our nation, and taking that, and also taking foreign information on an election which President Trump said he would do. If this committee gets into an impeachment inquiry, do you believe these are areas that should be looked into?
Yes. I think if this committee were to initiate an impeachment inquiry, there's a variety of things that they could look into. One of the most important would be the matters discussed in Volume 2 of the report. I think the special counsel's report lays out at a minimum 4 to potentially 6 acts of potential obstruction that the committee could continue. The second, probably most important thing that is in the report that the committee would want to look at is the prior campaign's willingness to receive foreign assistance, to be the beneficiary of a foreign intelligence operation, and almost more significantly, current statements indicating a current and future willingness to take that assistance.
Thank you, ma'am. Professor Hassan, you said that the Mueller report said that opposition research was illegal. You said the Mueller report cited that taking opposition research from a foreign nation would be illegal. Is that correct?
So I'm looking at the report on its pages 100 and it starts on pages 184, 185, and then it talks about going on to 186, Federal Election Commission rulings so holding that opposition research counts as a thing of value. And from that, the report concludes that accepting it can be considered illegal, although it does note there's no judicial decision. That issue never came to a court, so there's no judicial decision holding that, but that's what Federal Election Commission authority so holds.
And if we had an impeachment inquiry, the Congress could certainly take that into consideration. Is that not true?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. If the report said, the Mueller report says that taking opposition research is something of value and therefore illegal to take, if President Trump, who said he read the Mueller report, read it, would you presume, as Professor Prakash has said, maybe he just forgot that he read that? Or did he not read it because he obviously doesn't understand it?
I don't know what the president reads or doesn't read, but I can tell you that...
I suspect the latter part of your answer is the most voluminous, what he doesn't read. Dr. Polyakova.
Polyakova.
I'm sorry. The Russian military was definitely involved in this, right?
Yes.
Would that have to come from Putin? You mentioned the oligarch, but the oligarch wouldn't have done it on his own, would he?
I would just correct to say that we know from the report there was the Russian military intelligence arm that was involved. It is my understanding from how the Russian state functions that there are several proxies that do the bidding of the Kremlin, and it is very likely that there was a guiding principle sent to various proxy agents, including the GRU, including Mr. Prigozhin, who's extensively mentioned in the report, to carry out an operation against the United States. We don't know, because of various redactions, if Mr. Putin himself gave that order or not, but very likely he was very well aware of what was happening.
Thank you, and I yield back to the moderator. Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Prakash, you got an undergraduate degree from Stanford, law degree from Yale, and you're a professor at the University of Virginia. It's not the Big Ten, but that's pretty darn impressive. And your focus is on the Constitution, is that right?
Yes.
All right. So about, 10, 12 weeks ago, the Attorney General of the United States testified in front of the United States Senate. And the Attorney General said some interesting things. He said, first of all, there was a failure of leadership, talking about the origins of the Trump-Russia investigation. He said there was a failure of leadership at the upper echelon of the FBI. We certainly know that's true. Everyone who ran the FBI in the Obama administration has been fired, demoted, or left, and 2 are under investigation by the Justice Department. He then said spying occurred. He said it twice. Third, he said there was a basis for his concern about the spying that took place, namely, was it properly predicated? And finally, he used 2 terms that I think should frighten every single American citizen. He used the term unauthorized surveillance and political surveillance. Are you troubled by or concerned by, as a constitutional law professor, concerned by some of the things that the Attorney General raised in his testimony a few weeks back in front of the Senate?
Representative Jordan, I don't know, I wasn't here to talk about that, but of course, I think everybody ought to be troubled by the prospect that the tools of investigation might be turned against opponents. Of course, if this administration did this to the Democratic nominee, I would be troubled by that as well.
So would I.
Of course, I agree with the Attorney General. The question is whether it was adequately predicated.
Let me give you a couple things we do know. Bruce Orr worked at the Justice Department. When we deposed him, he told us a few interesting things about the now famous dossier. Specifically, he told us that he had informed the FBI that Clinton campaign paid for the dossier. Second, he told us that Steele was biased against the president, so much so that Steele had conveyed to him and he had conveyed to the FBI that he was desperate to stop Trump from getting elected. Third, he told him that Fusion GPS worked with Steele to put this dossier together, who was the entity directly hired by the Clinton campaign. And finally, fourth, he told him his wife worked for Fusion GPS. And we know that when the FBI went to the secret court, the FISA court, they didn't convey any of those 4 important facts to the court. Does that trouble you, Professor?
Yes, it does.
Care to elaborate?
Well, I think, look, if the political polarities have been reversed, I think other people would be quite disturbed by the sequence of events, right? That is to say, if it had been a Republican administration that had started this investigation in part based on a foreign dossier paid for by political operatives, I think the other party would be quite upset. So I think it merits investigation as to why this investigation, why this surveillance or spying, if you will, began.
Let me ask you about one other statement made by Democratic Senator Schumer on January 3rd, 2017, talking about President-elect Trump and talking about the intelligence community. Then the highest-ranking Democrat in the United States Congress said this: when you mess with the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you. Does that statement trouble you when you think about how our constitutional system and unelected bureaucrats are supposed to answer to elected officials elected by we the people? Does that trouble you, Professor?
It does. In my written testimony, I say that there are portions of the Mueller report that suggest that any involvement by the president in ongoing investigation is impermissible or improper, and I think that's a mistake. I don't think it's possible to say that all such involvements are impermissible. So I think it's a mistake to threaten the sitting president with the use of official resources as a means of retaliation against the president for looking into possible wrongdoing.
Yeah, last time I checked, Peter Strzok and Lisa Page never had their name on a ballot. They were never elected to anything, yet they ran the 2 most important investigations that, frankly, in my time in Congress, I've seen. Their name was never on a ballot. How about this statement? How about when Emmett Flood wrote the Attorney General of the United States and said this: "We would all do well to remember, if they can do it to a president, imagine what they can do to you and I." That's what scares me more than anything else. If the intelligence community can do what I suspect they did, and I think they did, and I believe more and more evidence points to it, and this is what the Attorney General and John Durham, U.S. Attorney, are now looking into. If they can do this to a president of the United States, they can do it to anyone in this country. And that's what I believe, Professor, this committee should be primarily focused on. You think about, the president was falsely accused of conspiracy with Russians to influence the election. Do we investigate how that false accusation happened, or do we continue to investigate something Bob Mueller spent 22 months on and came back with no collusion, no conspiracy, no coordination? And frankly, it wasn't just 22 months, because when Jim Comey was deposed last Congress, we asked him this question. He said after 10 months of the FBI's investigation, they had zero evidence. So after 32 months of investigating something, zero evidence of it, and yet this committee wants to continue to go down that road versus maybe looking into how this whole thing began in the first place. There was a question in there somewhere, Professor, if you want to respond.
I wouldn't presume to tell this committee what it ought to do, but I support the Attorney General's investigation as to why this whole process began.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would remind the gentleman that the investigation was not predicated on, it is well established the investigation was not predicated on the Steele dossier, but rather on the testimony, on the observation of Mr.
I don't think I said that. I think I asked the constitutional law professor if that was appropriate to do what they did in front of the FISA court. I didn't ask him whether it was predicated.
The gentleman does not have the time at the moment.
I'm responding to what you just said.
You're not responding because I'm in the middle of saying something. I would remind the gentleman of three things. One, the investigation was predicated on the incident with George Papadopoulos. Two, that the Steele dossier, insofar as it was used in the application of the FISA court was informed in the memo that the information in the dossier was unreliable and came from a source that was paid for by the Clinton campaign. And period. I recognize the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from California is recognized.
In my time, you're making a parliamentary inquiry?
I had stated before you started.
Gentleman, state a parliamentary inquiry.
The inquiry is this: is the chairman going to permit himself to rebut every Republican who's asking questions or making statements in the remainder of this hearing?
No, not every.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some questions, but I do want to address the issue that was just raised. I do think it's important to note footnote 465 that basically says that the foreign government conveyed information to the U.S. government that really was the origin of this investigation. And I will also say this: I don't know how many people other than myself have read the entire FISA application that was provided to the Congress in the last Congress, but I did, and they provided not only the FISA application but all of the underlying evidence that was provided to the court. And I started reading it at 9 in the morning, and I ended up canceling my entire day because it took me till 5 p.m. to read the entire application. And I would just suggest to members who have not read the FISA application that it would be advisable to do so before suggesting that there was improprieties. Now to the questions that I have. You know, we've talked a lot about Volume 2 of the report, and there are concerning matters there, certainly. But I am concerned about some of the report, and much of it is redacted, as we know, and I look forward to seeing the redactions and the underlying evidence. But there were a substantial number of contacts between the Russian government and the Trump campaign in a way that, I mean, I've been involved in campaigns before. I've never seen anything like this. As we configured in the report, it talks about 170 contacts between the Russian government's 28 meetings between the Russians and the Trump campaign. And if you take a look at indictments and other publicly available information, I think you can identify, and there may be more, but 272 contacts between the Russians and 38 meetings. That's just weird. I mean, I've never seen anything like that in any campaign I've ever been involved in. And I'm just wondering, Dr. Polikova, you are an expert on Russian affairs. Doesn't that indicate, I mean, that wouldn't happen without the Russian government countenancing that, because that's a high-profile risk for Putin to interfere in the governments of others. It could lead to a whole set of ramifications if it ended up being a losing proposition. It is a high-risk effort, I think. If I'm wrong, you'll tell me. Wouldn't that have to be a product of a strategy by the Russian government?
Absolutely. As I say in my written testimony, what comes out very clearly in the Mueller investigation and additional independent reporting and also various statements from our own intelligence community is that there was a strategic intent to infiltrate and gain political access to the Trump campaign.
Now, I want to talk about one of the things I just can't get it out of my mind is that the campaign chairman, Mr. Manafort, and he has an excuse, he's trying to bully, cozy up to his former sugar daddy in the Ukraine, but that he gave sensitive internal polling data, not once, but multiple times, and he had his assistants do the same to operatives, Russian operatives, Mr. Klemnik, and at the same time that Klemnik and the Russian military were buying ads and doing a propaganda campaign to influence the electorate in those same states to benefit Trump. It strikes me that having that kind of internal polling data as a show of good faith is unusual. I don't know if Professor Hansen or whether you have enough familiarity in the running campaigns to say that that would be kind of an odd thing to do.
I'm not on the campaign side, I'm on the law side. So I can't.
Ms. Cordero, I mean, we don't have an election manager here, but it strikes me, I mean, I've been involved in many, many, many campaigns. I've never seen anything like that. Has any one of you taken a look at the role that the Russian military played in supporting third-party candidates through their social media efforts? Dr. Polikova, have you looked at that?
In the United States specifically?
Yes.
I have not seen other evidence, mainly because in the open source it's very difficult to do. We really need information from the intelligence community, and that is why the Mueller report is the most comprehensive research on that matter.
I'll just say this, that there were thousands of tweets really aimed at millennials and African American voters, urging them to support the Green Party candidate in criticizing the candidacy of Hillary Clinton. Finally, I'll say that my colleague Sheila Jackson Lee talked about Chairman Gates was going to do a press strategy with the WikiLeaks release. Wasn't the WikiLeaks release coordinated with Russia in your judgment, Dr. Polikova?
It is correct that Russian agents under the guise of Lucifer 2.0 and DC Leaks did coordinate the release of the stolen information with WikiLeaks. It also seems clear from the Mueller investigation that members of the campaign were eager to publicize that information when it came out.
My time has expired, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Chairman. In the Mueller report, Special Counsel Mueller details what he calls a sweeping and systematic effort to influence the 2016 election by the Russian government. Those details are largely set forth in two separate indictments, one identifying 12 Russian hackers associated with the GRU and 13 Russian individuals and 3 organizations part of the Internet Research Agency. Some of the witnesses, including Ms. Cordero and Professor Hassan, provided an accurate summary of that systematic and sweeping effort by the Russian government. Ms. Cordero, did the special counsel find that sweeping and systematic effort by the Russian government to influence our election, did the special counsel find that it began before or after Donald Trump's entry into the 2016 presidential field?
The indictments and information in the report, but in particularly the indictments of the Russian intelligence officers, indicate that the Russian influence effort predated. Thank you.
So
it went back.
My time's limited, but thank you. So the answer is before Donald Trump entered the field. And so, Ms. Cordero, let me ask you, on October 21st, 2016, the Obama Justice Department submitted a FISA application to surveil a Trump campaign associate named Carter Page, and as part of that application, FBI Director Comey and Deputy Attorney General Sally Yates signed a verified application that included the now infamous unverified, uncorroborated Steele dossier, which specifically states that there was a, quote, well-developed conspiracy between the Trump campaign and the Russian government. Ms. Cordero, did the special counsel find that there was a well-developed conspiracy between the Trump campaign and the Russian government?
So the special counsel analyzed conspiracy under criminal conspiracy law. And so under criminal conspiracy law, the special counsel did not find that there was a tacit or implicit agreement between the campaigns.
I appreciate that. So no conspiracy. So, Professor Hassan, I actually agree with you when you talk about the goal of the Russians to sow discord into the American Democratic Republic. And despite the fact that Special Counsel Mueller found that neither Donald Trump or anyone associated with this campaign conspired or colluded or was successful in any way in meddling in the 2016 presidential election, it's hard to argue that Russia wasn't successful in that ultimate goal of sowing the seeds of discord. Because our country just endured a 2-year investigation to determine whether or not the President of the United States was part of a treasonous conspiracy with a foreign adversary to steal an election. An investigation that was started by the Obama administration, who started an investigation into a conspiracy that the special counsel has now conclusively and unequivocally established never existed. So, since the purpose of this hearing is to talk about the lessons learned from the Mueller report, let's talk about those lessons and the factors that contributed to Russia's success. One of the factors that contributed to Russia's success was the Obama administration opening a probe into the Trump campaign using foreign counterintelligence spying powers to investigate a conspiracy that, again, the special counsel conclusively determined did not exist. Another factor that contributed to Russia's success was the Obama administration's intelligence community assessment, which was used to tell the American people that not only did Russia interfere in the election, but did so because Vladimir Putin was trying to get Donald Trump elected. Another factor was the one I just mentioned, the Obama administration's use of FISA warrants obtained through verified applications based on the unverified Steele dossier, which the Obama DOJ and FBI knew to be an uncorroborated Clinton campaign opposition research document. That might have contributed to Russia's success. And of course, we have the Obama administration officials, some now under investigation, for leaking information, perhaps classified information, falsely depicting a Trump-Russia collusion conspiracy that never existed. So I love talking about the Mueller report. I'm just wondering when my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are going to start asking questions about why Bob Mueller spent $40 million and had 60 people working around the clock for 2 years asking questions about President Trump and a conspiracy that never existed, instead of spending some of that time asking about President Obama and how all of this got started. I'm done.
Gentleman's time has expired. The witness may answer the question.
What was the question?
I don't know.
I'll take a pass, thank you.
Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the witnesses for appearing here today. And Professor Prakash, you are the James Monroe Distinguished Professor of Law at the University of Georgia, having before that served as a clerk for the Court of Appeals of the Federal Court, D.C. Circuit, and also having joined the ranks of those distinguished persons who have had the honor of serving as a United States Supreme Court law clerk. Is that correct?
For the record, Representative, I'm a cavalier, not a bulldog.
Well, you are, that's, I'm not going to hold that against you. But the point I'm making is that you have a distinguished career, and you actually majored in political science and economics at the University of at Stanford University, and you obtained your law degree, and you teach constitutional law and foreign relations law to young students now, do you not?
Yes.
And you've read part one of the Mueller report, have you not?
I'm sad to say that I have not.
So but if you've heard a little bit about it, though, haven't you?
Yes, Representative.
And you understand that the Mueller report makes the case that the Trump campaign knew about Russian attempts to help it win the campaign.
Point of order, and I want his full time. I want Mr. Johnson to have his full time. I'm not trying to stop his time or his witness. But this brings up an interesting point that I tried to bring up since the beginning about our notification of this hearing and the purpose of this hearing. Our witnesses stated up front that he was here because we were supposed to do an obstruction hearing. Part two. Now, Mr. Johnson, I appreciate your question. I'm not trying to argue with you now. I want your time completely. But it should be at least understood, Mr. Chairman, that this, again, going back to my earlier statements today, this was not communicated to us, Mr. Chairman. And I think it's unfair to the witness to comment on a part of the report that he was not brought here to comment on. If we want to do this, fine. I'm not trying to stop his time. He's got as much time as he wants. But this is something that needs to be addressed, Mr. Chairman, and we go forward.
That is not a point of order. The witness can...
It was not intended to be a point of order. It was a point of order. Okay, I'll stop.
Then
I'll
I
withdraw the
object
point.
to my time being interrupted.
A colloquy with the chairman. A colloquy with the chairman.
Fine. The witness may answer the question to the best of his ability.
Is the chairman not going to engage me on this?
No.
The chairman this is not fair.
Representative, I'm not in a position to comment on what Part 1 might have said.
I will rephrase my question to you, Professor. You would admit that it would be wrong for a presidential campaign to accept offers of foreign assistance.
Representative,
is that wrong or is that right?
I wish to be on the record as saying I'm opposed to foreign assistance, both for Democratic nominees and for Republican nominees. It is sad to say that both took
reclaiming my time, you would also agree with me that it is wrong for a president to say that he would accept help for his re-election from a foreign government. That's wrong, isn't it?
I think it's wrong to say it. I think it's wrong to do it.
And you would condemn it, would you not?
I just said it was wrong. So.
You would not condemn it? However?
I'm happy to use the word. I condemn it.
All right, thank you. Now, going on to Professor Cordero, in your experience as a national security lawyer, would it be reasonable to open an investigation such as the Russian influence investigation when a foreign government reports to the authorities that a Trump campaign official has stated that he has information that Russia has dirt that it wants to share with the Trump campaign? Do you think that serves as an adequate basis to open an investigation?
Yeah, so there are guidelines. There's Attorney General guidelines for domestic operations for the FBI, and they have to follow those guidelines. There have to be predication. They have to have information, and information from a reliable foreign government that predicates that would justify opening a counterintelligence investigation.
And that information came to the attention of the U.S. authorities on May 6, 2016, and it was not until October of 2016 that the federal authorities were made aware of the Steele dossier. So are you aware of the fact that the investigation, the counterintelligence investigation into the Trump campaign activities began prior to the Steele dossier being revealed to the federal authorities?
Congressman, I have to say, I think that I'm only able to go on information that's in the report and that's publicly available. And it is not altogether, I think, clear exactly when which investigations were opened.
Well, I would argue with you that it is clear in the report, in the Mueller report, that the Steele dossier came to their attention after the information came in from the foreign government that George Papadopoulos was going around in a drunken fit talking about Russians having information, dirt on Hillary Clinton. And with that, I will yield back.
I agree. I don't think that the report indicates that the Steele dossier was the basis for the opening of the investigation. And based on everything that is now apparent from the report about the systematic activities by the Russian intelligence agencies and how that information would have come in, there is substantial information that would have justified opening this counterintelligence investigation. And in my judgment, it would have been a dereliction of duty for them not to investigate.
Thank you. I yield back.
Back, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, are you going to subpoena Robert Mueller? I'll yield to you to answer.
I'm not going to answer that at this time.
We're here in part 2 of lessons from the Mueller report. And so I'm wondering how we're going to learn those lessons. During part 1 of lessons of the Mueller report, we brought in John Dean to re-examine the Nixon impeachment. Perhaps during part 2, we'll get to the impeachment of Andrew Johnson. Well, maybe the folks here could teach us some lessons for the witnesses so that we don't have to individually go through. Here's the question, and raise your hand if you would answer this in the affirmative. Do any witnesses here have personal knowledge regarding the truth or falsity of a single material fact in the Mueller report? If you have personal knowledge regarding the truth or falsity of a single material fact, just raise your hand so I can figure out who to ask the question to. So the record can reflect no witnesses have raised their hand. No witness have any personal knowledge regarding a single fact in the report. No witnesses last week had personal knowledge.
Will the gentleman yield? I take your vote. Will the gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield?
Well, I'll certainly yield to the chairman because I'm eager to get to the lesson.
I would remind the gentleman that there is an ongoing controversy that the White House is asserting the right to prohibit the testimony of any witness with regard to anything that happened.
I'm going to reclaim my time. I
president.
fully understand and appreciate that, Mr. Chairman.
Will the gentleman yield to my...
I will not, because I want to respond to the chairman's assertion. The person over whom the White House can assert no privilege is Robert Mueller. And you have the power to subpoena Robert Mueller. You have used subpoena power extensively in this committee, and you won't subpoena the person who wrote the report. And so this hearing should not be entitled Lessons from the Mueller Report. It should be entitled Hot Takes from the Mueller Report, because what we're getting are people who have no knowledge of the facts, no information as to the underlying information. They're just reading it and offering their analysis and their hot takes. But I think that there's a far more critical issue that our committee should be addressing and that we could address. Right now, we're at a circumstance where upwards of 5,500 people are arriving every day on our southern border. And this committee has the jurisdiction to reform our asylum laws, to secure the border, to make changes to ensure that we have a country that's protected and a rule of law that's maintained. Fortunately, actually, one of our witnesses is somewhat of an expert on this subject. Ms. Cordero, you are...
He's not in order.
I'm sorry, did someone say a point of order? What?
Mr. Chairman, I said the committee's not in order.
The committee will be in order.
Ms. Cordero, you are somewhat of an expert on the activities that go on our southern border, aren't you?
I do some work related to national security and homeland security in my capacity as a senior fellow, yes.
And in 2013 for Georgetown, you wrote an essay entitled Breaking the Mexican Cartels, a Key for Homeland Security Challenge.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'm going to interrupt and say that this hearing is about part one of the Mueller investigation.
I wish it was about the Mueller report. I really wish it was, Mr. Johnson.
Border.
They won't know anything about the Mueller report.
The gentleman will suspend. Gentleman will proceed. Gentleman has the time.
You wrote, breaking the Mexican cartels is no easy feat, but is a necessary one to secure our southern border, eliminate the presence of dangerous cartels in our cities, reduce Americans' contribution to the drug trade and resulting violence, and play our role in restoring the Mexican citizenry to a free society from daily terror. Is it your impression that since you wrote this in 2013, that the circumstances on our southern border have gotten better or worse?
I will, excuse me, the gentleman will suspend. Since this does not, this has nothing to do with part one, or volume 1, or volume 2 of the Mueller report, or anything conceivably,
Mr. Chairman,
or anything conceivably within the ambit of this hearing, or the notice of this hearing. The witness may or may not reply at his or her discretion.
I'm happy to respond. When I wrote that report, I thought that it was an issue that needed attention. It was not at the beginning of the Obama administration something that I think did get sufficient attention. There clearly is a changed circumstance. We are in 2019 now. There is clearly a humanitarian problem on the southern border that needs to be addressed. What you will not find in that article is any mention of a wall as a response to that challenge, nor any encouragement of the use of emergency authorities to solve it.
I understand that, but you recognize the crisis, you recognize that it's worse, and I acknowledge that the wall may be something that divides us, but reforming our asylum laws, ensuring that we've got the supplemental appropriation in place to make sure people aren't dying on our border, and reducing the terror you write about is a lot more important than hearing from people that know nothing about the Mueller report, purport to give us lessons on the Mueller report.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
Mr. Chairman, you guys take way more than your allocated time, and then you take my time and impose on it and then restrict it. This is a total farce, and it's no wonder witnesses don't want to come here and testify to this committee. I yield back.
I'd be happy to come back and talk about Homeland Security at another time.
And we may invite you at some other time. The gentleman has yielded
Maybe
back.
Homeland Security will invite you.
Gentleman has...
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman will state his point of order.
Is the other side permitted to impugn the character and badger witnesses?
Nobody is permitted to impugn the character or badger witnesses. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to answer Mr. Gates' question. How are we going to learn the lessons of the Mueller report? How are we going to learn from people with personal knowledge of personal knowledge? The answer to that is we have material witnesses, people who actually are the subjects of the Mueller report. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to do that, Mr. Gates, and you know well that that's the truth because this administration has tried to exercise this blanket immunity that doesn't exist, that has prevented us from holding exactly the kind of hearings that you claim that you desire. So yesterday, the committee saw a continuation of that unprecedented obstruction when Hope Hicks came in. She's mentioned over 100 times in the Mueller report. Congress has the authority to interview her about her time in the White House. But instead, there's this blanket immunity claim over her and every other White House employee. That's nothing short of stonewalling our efforts, which perhaps, Mr. Gates, you and I can work together to convince the administration and the president that it is in the best interest of the American people to hear from people, a whole panel of them from the administration who can actually respond to questions. Let me finish.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I will not. We can't get interviews. We can't get Mueller's files. We can't get unredacted Mueller report. We can't hold hearings with material witnesses. It is obstruction, plain and simple. Yesterday, Ms. Hicks could not even answer whether she told the truth to the Mueller team because the president's lawyers objected to the question. This committee must be allowed to continue its work and to have witnesses who can answer the questions. I look forward, Mr. Gates, to working with you to implore the president to stop using this non-existent blanket immunity.
Will the gentleman yield so that work can begin?
I will not, because I have work to do. The Mueller report, Professor Hassan,
The Mueller report details more than 170 contacts between the Trump campaign and Russians. I want to focus on the orchestration of the June 2016 meeting in Trump Tower. On page 110 of Volume 1, it states that, and I quote, on June 9, 2016, senior representatives of the Trump campaign met in Trump Tower with a Russian attorney expecting to receive derogatory information about Hillary Clinton from the Russian government. Then it goes on to quote the email in which it says, the Crown Prosecutor of Russia met with his father, Aris, this morning, and in their meeting offered to provide the Trump campaign with some official documents and information that would incriminate Hillary in her dealings with Russia and would be very useful to your father. This is obviously very high level and sensitive information, but is part of Russia and its government's support for Mr. Trump. Then, that was in the Mueller report. Then we heard the president just last week say, if a foreign government approached, he said, and I quote, I think you might want to listen. There isn't anything wrong with listening. If someone called from a country, Norway, we have information on your opponent, I think we'd want to hear it. The president denied that it was interference. He said, it's not interference. They have information. I think I'd take it. If I thought there was something wrong, I'd go maybe to the FBI if I thought there was something wrong. Last week, that prompted the following statement from the chair of the FEC, saying, let me make something 100% clear to the American public and anyone running for public office. It is illegal for any person to solicit, accept, or receive anything of value from a foreign national in connection with the U.S. election. It's not a novel concept. Goes on to say that anyone who solicits or accepts foreign assistance risks being on the wrong end of a federal investigation. Any political campaign that receives an offer of a prohibited donation from a foreign source should report that offer to the FBI. Professor Hessen, the foreign solicitation statute seems to be right on the mark. Did the Mueller team go far enough in exploring this?
I believe the Mueller team did not go far enough in exploring this. In particular, one of the bases on which it decided to decline to prosecute any Trump campaign officials at the Trump Tower meeting was lack of evidence of willfulness. In order to be prosecuted for this kind of crime, you have to know that you're violating the law. The report says that Donald Trump Jr. Had failed to voluntarily speak to Mueller, and then Mueller did not subpoena him to appear before a grand jury to answer questions under oath about what he knew at the time. I think that was a mistake, and it could have come out differently had he done so.
And Ms. Cordero, after the president's comments, you tweeted, it likely would be a campaign law violation to receive information from a foreign government, but that's not the point. The point is it's wrong, it's immoral, and it's contrary to U.S. national security interests, and for a sitting president, it violates his oath of office. That's a strong reaction. Can you share why you believe accepting foreign help in an election violates the oath of office?
Because it's a foundational issue that goes back to what the founders say. It goes back to mention of foreign influence. We can go back in my statement. I cite in my written statement for the record, I cite to Washington's farewell address that warns of foreign interference. And so it is, so that's my view. My view is stated in the statement that I made there, that it is contrary to a president who is supposed to adhere and has an oath to the Constitution. And I would add that that is why the information in Volume 2, the obstruction discussion, is so important, because it matters what the allegations of obstruction are about. When the report lays out a series of potentially obstructive acts that the president took to derail the special counsel's investigation. And the special counsel's investigation was about Russian foreign interference. So the very acts that are described are, what was he obstructing? He perhaps thought that he was obstructing potential inquiry into matters that would affect him or his inner circle personally. But what he actually was obstructing was the federal government's investigation into Russian interference.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson. I'm sorry, the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Prakash, I want to touch on something the ranking member mentioned. James Comey has admitted to leaking classified FBI documents to a Columbia University professor in order to influence an investigation. Under what circumstances would that be a crime?
McClintock, could you use your mic a little?
I heard the question. If Mr. Comey, his motive was to get back at the president, that would be, under the Mueller report, an improper motive, a corrupt motive, and he'd be guilty of obstruction of justice. If, on the other hand, his motive was, I want to make sure that something bad doesn't happen to the ongoing investigation, it wouldn't be obstruction of justice.
It's alleged that Hillary Clinton willfully destroyed 30,000 emails under subpoena. Under what circumstances would that be a crime?
Representative, to me, this, I don't know enough about that to comment. Obviously, some people find it very suspicious, but I don't know enough about it to comment.
Let me go on. According to the Senate Judiciary Committee, Mr. Comey had, quoting from the report, Mr. Comey had already decided he would issue a statement exonerating Secretary Clinton. That was long before FBI agents finished their work. Mr. Comey even circulated an early draft statement to select members of senior FBI leadership. The outcome of an investigation should not be prejudged while FBI agents are still hard at work trying to gather facts. Could these actions constitute obstruction of justice?
I don't know, Representative. If, in fact, the investigators prejudged the merits of that investigation before it was complete, it would be a grievous error, and it might very well rise to the level of obstruction of justice, but I don't have any knowledge of that.
Let me read from Greg Jarrett's account of this era. He says, another oddity was the 5 so-called immunity agreements granted to Clinton's State Department aides and IT experts. Cheryl Mills, Clinton's former chief of staff, along with 2 other State Department staffers, John Bentel and Heather Samuelson, were afforded immunity agreements, as was Brian Pagliano, Clinton's former IT aide, and Paul Combetta, an employee of Platte River Networks, the firm hired to manage her server after she left the State Department. As Fox News has reported, Combetta utilized the computer program BleachBit to destroy Clinton's records, despite an order from Congress to preserve them, and Samuelson also destroyed Clinton's emails. Pagliano established in the system that illegally transferred classified and top secret information to Clinton's private server. Mills disclosed